I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Yeah, right.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom.
You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
Hi, everybody. How are we doing today? We need some energy here. And most importantly, why LA people are late. I'm Indian. I was always blamed that I'm late, but I am not. You guys are late. So welcome to World Women Hour, our annual Women's International History Month celebration at the Grammy Museum. So maybe all of you might be wondering why we call it the World Women Hour. So let me say 2 reasons why we call it the World Women Hour. To understand the state of women around the world every hour and why women matter every hour. First of all, the state of women around the world every hour. 2,512 women and girls are uprooted by conflict, violence, climate change every hour. Every hour, 35 women die of preventable diseases every hour. Worldwide, women and girls spend about 200 million hours to collect water every hour. And why women matter every hour? Because every hour women do not have equal access to education, healthcare, sanitation, equal pay, and so forth. And that's why we call this World Women Hour, where we every year select 60 women from 60 different parts of the world telling their stories, how they are disrupting the system, making new change, and leading the new wave of change in a bold new way. And thank you, BMW, Max Mara, the Luxury Magazine, and United Nations Los Angeles chapter, and our other proud partners throughout the year for making it possible to do this the 4th year in a row. Every year, World Women Hour is a digital activation, but in our home base in Los Angeles, we celebrate this in person. On digital, we have 72+ million footprints, and 2 days ago, we launched our teaser. It almost have now 500,000 reach, and interactions over thousands of people have shared and reshared globally. This shows the power of storytelling and power of showing women as the hero of her own story. This year at World Women Hour, we are not only celebrating 60 women, we're celebrating 60 powerful women who are leading the new wave of change. And we say, it's not just saying that we have the power, but rather saying we are claiming the power. And outdo cliches, overturn rules, and overcome all obstacles by using our power. Let's see the problem and seize it and slay it. And that's what exactly we are going to do today. We are going to slay throughout the evening. Last but not the least, last year we started our presence at the Grammy Museum, and everybody asked why you're doing the Grammy Museum, why you're doing the event in the Grammy Museum. There is something about the power of music to bring us together. We understand the language, no matter where we come from. And we wanted to use the power of music to unify, to put women in the center stage. And also, these programs are not just targeted for women in position of power, but also for the next generation to see how they can lead the new wave of change, what they can learn from us. And which is why I want to invite Ayati Das Kar, the young advocate from the World Women Foundation, and our first performance. She's going to introduce the first performance. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Queendom Concert, the first performance. And I'm Ayati Dashkar. I'm the co-founder of the Queendom Concert and the Queendom Metaverse. I extend my heartfelt gratitude first to our proud partners at the Wayfarer Foundation and the World Women Foundation, and I'm really grateful for their support in bringing to life the inaugural Queendom Concert Series. So I am a 6th grade student. I'm 11 years old, and you might be wondering, what the heck am I doing here? So for a little backstory, I moved to the U.S. 2 years ago, and it was the first time I got introduced to music. I just had started to play the snare drum, the violin, and I was one day sitting in orchestra class, and I want to share this story because it's a part of who I am and why I think music is a very universal language. Because she looked at me. I was sitting in orchestra class, and she looked at my violin, and then at me, and then looked at the violin, and that went on for a second. And then she said to me, "Your violin's color is a little fairer than yours. Never mind. No wonder you can't play the violin well." And I was like, when did that start? So that day, I decided I won't just play the violin or the snare drum. I will play it big. And here we are at the Queendom concert, which is more than a performance. It's a global platform for us to explore and express ourselves, fight injustice, and own our voice fearlessly. With that, I want to welcome our opening concert performance by Aspen Jacobson. She's one of America's most promising young songwriters, recognized as one of the top vocalists in the country by the Young Arts Foundation in 2022. And remember, in our Queendom, we won't just play, we will play it big. Let's give a big round of applause for Aspen Jacobson.
This is a song I wrote called Shouldn't Give a Damn that I wrote about just that. Caffeine, I don't wanna fall asleep, 'cause your misted over eyes are haunting my dreams. Yes, it helped me, but hurt my guilty mind. Now you're cleaning up my ashes and what's left of your damn. You think you love me, but you fall in love too fast. Not here to please you, I got dignity and class. And cry to your mama's shoulders, give you false hope. Not just Thank you.
Thank you, Aspen, for such a wonderful performance. This is the power of youth, and this is why World Women Foundation exists. And thank you again, everyone who's supporting us fiscally or donating their time, talent. We are grateful for your support. We move on to the next part of our program, which is honoring incredible women who are shaping the narrative of women and pushing boundaries. Every year, we honor women with the award called the World Women Hero Award, which celebrates exceptional women contribution, unwavering commitment for remarkable women who have dedicated themselves to making change and empowering women and girls worldwide. The recipient of this prestigious award this year goes to Christina Francis, the president of the Magic Johnson Enterprise.
Thank you, everyone. This is so special. When Rupa reached out to me, I said, me? And I look at your daughter and this young lady who just sang with a beautiful voice. I wish I was that confident back then, even now. I'm somewhat of an introvert, but I'm getting better about putting myself out there. And it's funny because I was sitting through one of the interviews, and she said, Valerie? Elizabeth said something that I've gone through a lot, which was I always felt like I needed to be overqualified for a position. One is a woman, one is maybe a lack of confidence. I always looked at the job and I said, if I can't do everything listed in this job requirement, let me just wait. And I tell young women today, don't do that. You're trained, you're intelligent, you can deliver on it, and I'm realizing now my power of what I can do, and I should have taken those jobs a long time ago and run with them. And that, I think, is one of the most important things is I try now is to really work with young women who I think are just so smart, and they're not getting that opportunity. And they're being held back, or they're looking at it going, well, this is what I do. And it's like, but you can do so much more. And I ask everyone today to just challenge themselves. And Rupa, thank you for putting this on, because it really is about, you know, inspiring young women and creating that equality and equity that we deserve, and that dignity and respect that we all have earned. So thank you again.
Hello? Oh, there we go. Well, congratulations again, Christina.
Thank you.
You know, talking about being overqualified, you've had quite a journey with Magic Johnson Enterprises, and you've been kind of a trusted advisor for the icon since 2004, I was reading. And tell us a little bit more about your journey and how you got there.
Well, I tell people I'm a marketer by trade, and I love saying that because it really helped me understand just that power of influence, that marketing and persuasion that you get from marketing. I also started my career in multicultural marketing. I started multicultural marketing at Nissan Motor Corp a long time ago, and it's funny because you still need it today. But really understanding how to research and understand your product, your audience, and then deliver on kind of what's going to move them. And I still use it today. So in any negotiation, any deal that we do, we're really looking at, who we're talking to and what's going to motivate them, what's going to create that win-win situation. And so I lean on the marketing piece of my background a lot. And then I tell people, your brand, Magic's brand is everything. And I protect it with my life, his life. And I protect my brand the same way, because I think that's important that young women understand that you are a brand yourself. And so when you're out there, you want people to see you as being accountable, over-delivering, and having integrity. And that's, I think, the last part for me is coming from the South and moving to Los Angeles. It's Hollywood, and holding on to those morals, those values, and that integrity is important.
So you do a lot to support minority-owned and women-run businesses and organizations. And can you tell us a little bit about that and, in your process? And also you gave, some advice to young women here. And is there anything else that you'd want to share in terms of how you give back to female leaders and inspire next generation of female leaders?
Well, we have like a saying in the office is about doing well and doing good. And we feel like when we're making money, we still need to make an impact. We don't want to make money and not do good, and we don't want to do good, not necessarily without making money, right? Because you can't continue it. So everything that we look at it from that lens of, okay, if we do this deal, this is what we can accomplish, but this is also a way that we can impact others and impact the broader community, the underserved community. And so that's really, and for me, my personal mission is really women. And so, and I don't want to say this, but I typically hire a lot of women. And I really want to mentor them and find their strengths. I also don't want to hold them back. So if you have grown and you feel like you want to go to the next level, you want to move on, don't be afraid to say that, because that was the whole goal in the first place, is to get you to where you want to be.
It's incredible. So the theme for today is PowerHer. And what does that mean to you? What does power mean to you?
I mean, I think it's just everything that we've been talking about is, power to me is that ability to influence behavior. And so to be able to elevate others and influence what's around me in order to make things better is important. And so it's really about the elevation of others and women.
Beautiful. Is there anything else that you want to leave with our audience? Otherwise, we're going to kick off our first panel.
No, I think I'm good.
Well, congratulations.
Thank
again.
you, everyone.
Thank you. We have a couple more chairs that we need. All right, why don't I have the panelists come on up? Whoop, whoop. Hello. right, first panel of the day. So welcome everyone. Again, we are in Women's History Month, and we're really delighted for you to all join us for the 4th edition of World Women Hour. And thank you again to the Grammy Museum. We're really excited to host it in this beautiful space and hear from incredible women who are leaders in their field in so many different ways, and hear and learn from the best of the best, which we have in front of us. And so the theme is really about, it's time to claim our power. And what does that mean? To outdo cliches, overturn rules, and overcome obstacles to lead. And so, again, I'm Christina Fisher. I don't know if I introduced myself before, but I'm an advisory council member with World Women Foundation. I'm also a communications and marketing executive. We're going to be celebrating throughout the day the go-getters and the doers, and talking about different ways that we can really embrace and empower others. And just a quick round of introductions. So right here we have Chandler Bondon, who is the Chief People Officer for BuzzFeed. I mean, I can't believe this group that we have here. And then we have Shanique Bonelli Moore, who is the Chief Diversity and Social Impact Officer at the Clorox Company. And then we have Elizabeth Morrison, who is the Chief Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging Officer at the Levi Strauss & Company. I'm really thrilled to share the stage with you women and open up the conversation to talk about DEI, because I think now, especially, it's become a really critical and important topic of conversation. And I know a lot of experts in your field are talking about, really a lot of progress that is being dismantled in a lot of different areas and challenges that you especially have to overcome to prove that the space belongs here, and the valuable space of DEI that isn't just buzzwords, but it's indispensable tools for building a more equitable, inclusive, and prosperous future for women and people around you. And we definitely want to talk about the challenges, but also the opportunities that how PowerHerful Women in the field, you've really paved a path, and your unwavering commitment and dedication and support to continue to build that equitable future and inclusiveness for your community. So again, round of applause for these women and what they do, quite frankly, seriously. So I'm gonna start with a question. What does power mean to you, and how does it shape your approach to life and work? Put you in the hot seat, so
Oh, great. I'll kick us off. Why, hello, it's really bright up here. I'm Chandler, so nice to see everybody. When I was thinking about this question, I was really thinking about people at BuzzFeed. I was also thinking about my kids, and I have 2 daughters. And so I was trying to really empower strength and also think about others and how to uplift others. And when you think about girl power, growing up hearing the Spice Girls, shout out to anyone who's Spice Girls fan, making sure that some of that is bread and butter in what we do every day. So sometimes the work that you do, whether that be at home or at the office, it's all about empowering one another, listening when you need to listen, speaking up when you need to listen, knowing what your strengths are, what your team's strengths are, what people bring to the table. If you have a gap on your team, making sure that you're filling it with the right talent, not just replacing roles, but bringing in diverse talent. So across the board, that's what power means to me.
When I think about power, I look at it as a responsibility. I think to be in a place of power, when you think about too much is given, too much is required. And how do you use that power for good? How do you use that power to create spaces and opportunities for people? And so when I think about how I use my power, I think about listening, as you shared, actively listening. I think about how do I create a space for others to be well and thrive? What does that look like? What it takes for you to thrive looks different than what it takes for you to what it takes for you to be able to thrive. And so really acknowledging that responsibility and using it and leading into it to really do good.
Love that. Both answers. Love those answers. When I think about power, I first think about myself and what I think in me is so powerful, and it really is my confidence, and that's something that from a young age my parents poured into me. They were born in New York City in the 40s, but grew up, came of age during civil rights, and so they were at sit-ins, at marches, all the things, and so really were very articulate with myself and my siblings about the challenges we would face, but also the power that we had and the responsibility that we had to be good citizens, but also to use our voices to advocate for equity and inclusion and belonging. And so when I tap into my own power, that's what helps me lift and empower others, including my team at work, my peers, my organization, anyone who I volunteer for, young people who I mentor. And so I agree with to whom much is given, much is expected, and I try to pay that back on a regular basis.
Yeah, I also think when you look at power, yes, and let's clap it up, but it's also knowing when not to use that power, right? And so, goes both ways, and yielding that power, making room for someone else is equally important.
100%. So Shanika, I'm going to start with you because your daughter is here too, I understand.
Yeah.
If I understand correctly, you report into a female CEO, and I also read that I think like 50% of the senior executive leadership is female,
right.
And that's in work. And then personally, you have your own company, Girlfriends Retreat, which, by the way, I need to talk to you about because it looks incredible and so much fun, and I want to go. And so, starting with you, but I'm going to open this up to the entire panel. What fuels your power personally and professionally, driving your actions and decisions?
Thank you. And yes, shout out to Sydney Grace, who's in the house. Sydney, you want to say hi? Yes. So what fuels, certainly Sydney, I have two young children, Sydney and Maximus. They are my anchor along with my husband. And so when I think about what fuels me personally, it speaks to my family. It speaks to my faith, my belief that, we have a responsibility and a right to live in and create a better world. And so that is what keeps me grounded. My family keeps me accountable, and they are my biggest cheerleaders. Professionally, when I think about the work that I lead at Clorox, and so we call DEI work IDEA, and that stands for Inclusion, Diversity, Equity, and Allyship. And when I think about our brands, so yes, Clorox, and I think everybody should know Clorox, but we have tons other brands, right? So when you think about Burt's Bees, Brita, Glad, Kingsford, we have tremendous scale and brands across the globe. We're in 9 out of 10 households. And so when I think about that percentage or that stat, that's 90% of, consumers purchasing and are in love with our products. And so how do we use IDEA to ensure that we're creating products and brands that delight our customers and consumers? And so really thinking about that diversity of thought coming into play as we build and create, but also the people who are inside Clorox, our teammates, every day working and living, and how do we ensure that they're thriving and finding their place of belonging at Clorox. And it's about how we bring to life our IDEA strategy. When I think about building thriving teams, is about looking at that representation and seeing how do we reflect that, what we see outside, internally. How do we create this sense of inclusion and allyship? And allyship is, as many people define it, is about how do we decenter ourselves to center other people? How do you put someone before you, knowing that they may need more support? I think about, when you're younger and on the playground and you're, navigating and playing and doing whatever it is you're doing, and somebody comes up and bullies you or says something that just makes you feel less than or othered. And think about the moment when someone stood up for you or you stood up for someone else, and how important that is and how it made you feel. And if you take that lesson, that first lesson that we learn or we have in allyship, and apply it to today, whether it's at work or at play, that is what we're looking to create for everybody, right? And it's not always there, and it's not always something that is practiced actively, but it's a muscle that we need to utilize more and more.
I 100% agree. As someone who also works in marketing communications, oftentimes targeting a target demographic that I'm not a part of, you need to, more diverse perspectives really makes a better product, plain and simple. And unless you open yourself to that and bring in more perspectives and create that space, that's the only way that you're going to achieve that. I'm going to pass it over to you, Chandler, to weigh in. What fuels your power personally and professionally, driving actions and decisions?
So similarly, I have 2 young children at home, and so I'll start personally. They're definitely my drive. Every morning, my husband works in construction, so every morning it's the 3 girls in the house getting ready. So you can imagine the outfits picking out in the constant chaos. But on the way to school every day, I ask the girls 2 questions, and they know it's coming because they're like, "Mom, you haven't asked the 2 questions yet." First question I ask is, what are 2 things that you're going to do today that are going to make today a good day? And what's nice about that is my oldest, Brooklyn, can share with my youngest, Piper, what she's excited about, what she's going to do if she has a presentation. She had a science project at school last week. I'm really excited today, but I'm also nervous because I'm going to share this. So they get to hear from one another. And then Piper, my youngest now that she's 3, she can now say, "Sissy, you're going to be great today." So it's like empowering youth and making sure that you're continuing to support one another. The other piece that I read about recently that I added to our morning conversations is, what is something that you love about yourself? And I asked them that because I was reading an article about women in the dream gap. So if you haven't, you should Google it.
That. Yes.
Yeah, right?
Excellent.
And the dream gap is all about how young women, as they get older, the gap grows with their dream. And similar to what Shanique had just mentioned, it's about empowering people. And so I want to try and do that for my girls at home. And then at work, I actually have I work in HR, so most of our population within the HR team is women, a lot of them here today. And shout out to BuzzFeed Women. And making sure that the team feels empowered, that they have a voice, they know when to listen to our population. At work specifically, we have a very women-heavy population that interacts with our content, reads our news, and all those things. So it's just really important that you're not only, like Shanique had mentioned, being able to have a voice, but you're also listening to your audience and being able to adapt and making sure that you're empowering people to have their own power.
How about you?
Fantastic. What personally motivates me, absolutely my family. Both my brother and sister have children, so I have 3 Black nephews and 1 biracial nephew. And when I look at the news and I see the state of the world, which is pretty precarious right now, I am motivated every day to try and make it better for them. Also for the people that I work with, my team, and my professional community, 2 of which are here today, so happy. They motivate me every day. I work with really amazing professionals that have a high level of passion. Diversity is a really hard space to work in right now. There's a lot of false narratives, there's a lot of politicization, there's a lot of hate that has been resurfaced in the last few years, and it can be depressing on any given day. And so tapping into my power and my resilience and showing that to my teams and to my organizations, being able to clearly articulate the business case for diversity, equity, and inclusion, what it is and what it is not. It is not affirmative action. I did not know it is also not practiced in corporate the way it is in higher education. That was a learning for me this year. We are definitely inclusive of all marginalized employees, and the work that we do is for all of our employees, because if we go to our employees that are in need and we're able to meet their needs, it's going to make us better for all employees, for anyone that might face a similar obstacle or a challenge. So definitely family, my own, I talked about my parents' legacy, and then just the state of the world keeps me going every day.
The rising tide lifts all boats.
Beautifully said, beautifully said. I'm going to bring it back over to you, Chandler, because you were talking about your team here, and I was reading from a Gallup report that employees feel connected. If they feel connected to the culture, they're 3.5 times more likely to be engaged at work, and 68% are less likely to experience burnout, and just about the same amount less likely to leave. And so I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about any mentorship, sponsorship programs that you're implementing within BuzzFeed to support the career growth of women and underrepresented minorities.
Yep, no problem. So we have this in a variety of different ways. The first is we have employee resource groups. So they're groups that create community and allyship across the board. We have a women-specific ERG. And each ERG has an executive sponsor. So they have a direct line to the executive team. So it allows the executive to understand that group. We try and rotate executive sponsorship too, so everyone has an opportunity to connect with employees in different areas. We also have a bunch of development programs. Shout out to our people and culture team that's here today. And we have 2 programs. We have an emerging leader program, which is specifically aimed for diverse development opportunities. We're trying to build our pipeline with managers and executives across the board. So this was kind of like a first stepping stone. We also have a foundational leadership program for mid-level managers that are going to be moving up in the organization or high potentials. Throughout these programs, there are times where they will have like mentorship opportunities. They'll again have a direct line to leadership. We bring in experts from the area, so it's not all internal. We have some external opportunities. We also look at what employees need, and the exec team hearing that our employees from a burnout perspective needed more flexibility. So that, again, variety of ways that we're supporting that, but we do that through remote opportunities. We have a hybrid workforce. You're in the office when you need to be. We also provide a lot of benefits and a lot of policies that support employees that are going through anything, whether that be for women's needs or other groups. We want to make sure that we're continuing to support people across the board.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of that is listening, right, to your employees. What is their feedback and kind of,
and adapting.
Being able to adapt.
Yeah, like nothing's set in stone. Again, being an ally, different groups have different needs. And specifically for women, it's really nice to see that our exec team is predominantly women. So it is nice to have those conversations about family planning, or if someone's going through something that they don't want to talk about, but they need, time away from work, that they have that space. We, again, want to provide flexibility and making sure we're supporting people in their needs.
Now, Elizabeth, you have incredible experience and years of experience shaping diversity and culture with, institutional brands, really incredible, important work. And similarly, what advice would you give to other organizations looking to strengthen their diversity and inclusion efforts to harness the power of women at work? And if there's anything you want to speak to regarding what you're doing specifically at Levi's, you can elaborate.
Yeah, so a lot of what you just mentioned, so the ERGs and the development programs, we definitely have those in place. And also we do extensive talent planning, and through that process, I'm involved in that process with the talent team, with the executive team, making sure that we're looking at the pipeline of talent and making sure that there is diversity in that from a gender, race, ethnicity, background, skill set perspective. The advice that I would give organizations is that your DEI strategy is aligned to your values or your purpose or your core principles. Whatever it is that the organization is using as their North Star, you need to shape your strategy around that, and you obviously need a qualified leader. We had a lot of folks step into the space in 2020 and during those times, and I think there were a lot of good intentions, but this isn't just I am Black, therefore I know diversity. This is a practice. We have education, deep experience, have studied, connect with each other on a regular basis, go to think tanks and other opportunities to connect. So it definitely is a strategic practice, and embedding it into and as much integration as you can get into your talent processes. So your talent management cycle, goal setting, performance management, annual review. How are you going to drive manager accountability? A lot of this comes down to the behaviors of leaders and people managers. Like, we're shifting to a huge focus on manager competency. A lot of people are really good at their job, but they've never managed people, and they don't know what that looks like or what it should feel like or how to create that environment of belonging and inclusion. And I think that a lot of leaders think in their head that it's more than it needs to be. It's really about connecting with your team and making them feel seen so they can feel safe, they can feel like they belong, and then they're going to do their best work for you. You're going to watch it bloom like magic, I promise you.
Yes, it's what you're doing internally and also externally too that really makes an impact and shine through. I want to shift over to you, Shanique, and talk a little bit about gender equity within your organization, and the pay gap in particular has been an issue, and if you did not know, women in the U.S. lose a combined total of 1.6 trillion every year as a result of the wage gap, and women in California alone lose approximately 87 billion. That's a lot. And I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about some of the strategies that you've implemented within your organization to promote gender equity.
Absolutely. And so I will start by saying I've been working for over 22 years, and it wasn't until 2022 that I worked for a woman CEO, and that is Linda Rendell, our chair and CEO of the Clorox Company. That alone has been transformational for me personally and professionally. There is a level of trust that I have with her that I frankly didn't have with other CEOs. There is a steadfastness, a strategic vision, this idea of being kind and not nice that I get with Linda. So one, truly grateful to be working for a woman CEO. I think about, the work that we've done across Clorox as well, and certainly, as you alluded to earlier, half of our executive committee are comprised of women, as well as our board. And when we think about our management, our managers, we have about 49% management. That is not, that is not a fluke. That is by design, right? And when you think about women being half the population, it is natural that they are half of everything that we see, right? Because it's not about the talent exists. It's about the access and the opportunity. When you asked about the strategies that we take, very proud to share that we have achieved pay equity at Clorox for several years. It's one of our ESG goals as we think about how do we create thriving communities internally and externally. And so every year we conduct what we call a pay gap analysis. And what we do there is really understand everyone's role on our production and non-production side, and looking at the location, grade level, pay, title, everything, just to ensure that we have still maintained that level of pay equity. And when we don't, we make adjustments. And not only do we make these adjustments, but we also communicate that transparently with our teams around that, just to achieve that. So I've been really proud to work on that. And what I will also say, yes, it is a work that I'm leading, but it's also something that happens across the team. And so really partnering with our HR and our people and team, our comp and benefits team, our L&D team, as you shared, this work is collectively taxing, and it requires all of us. And so really extremely supportive and appreciative of the work that I see happening across our people and teams, and even in our brands, right? And so I'll just kind of digress a little bit, right? So when I think about pay equity, but it also, when I think about consumers and who is purchasing and the purchasing power women have, we have to listen. We have to listen. We are the ones in Target. I know I am. Yeah, cracking myself. Yes, because I am there quite a bit.
How much are you in Target?
Whether it's a drive up or inside the store, I was just there yesterday. But again, just really being able to tap into the power that is already there is incredible. And so I am very proud to work at Clorox. I'll say one other story. Last November, I traveled to Ghana with our head of sustainability, and we went to Ghana for Burt's Bees. We have lots of sustainability programs there, responsible sourcing, and we were able to see the work of or the fruits of our label come to life in our Sheekeeper program. And when you think about Burt's Bees and the products that are ingredients that's comprised of those products, a lot of it is shea. Shea is a women's work in terms of harvesting shea for products that we all consume and love. And our Sheekeeper program was essentially really teaching women how to beekeep and creating another source of income for them. And so we were there to see it. It was amazing, truly transformative from a personal perspective, from a professional perspective, and was certainly a proud moment to be at Clorox. So if you are interested or want to learn more about all the great work we're doing in the U.S. and abroad, please go to our website. We have lots of transformative work, and I say it's not a fluke. It is by design, and you need to be intentional and work at it. And And I think some of the, or believe the work that we've brought to life is a result of that intentionality.
That's incredible. And as you said, like, it's all interconnected, right? And it just proves that this isn't a job of one individual, and what you're looking to, you know, ultimately accomplish is so much bigger than yourselves. And it's truly admirable, all of the work that you're doing and the lives that you're touching, not just within your organization, but externally and through, you know, the products that you're selling to consumers, and the transparency and the values driven behind that is so important and critical, what you do. So thank you. And I'm going to end on one last question that I'll ask you to go around and answer. To fill in the blank, power can be used as a tool for...
Yeah, making lives better. That's
there
it.
you go.
+1. Power can be used as a tool for change, a tool for love.
I would say a tool for voice and a tool for inclusion.
Well, thank you all so much. Again, I'm very delighted to sit on the stage with these incredible women. I'm absolutely in awe with all of the work that you've been doing and contributing in your space. So thank you again so much. Thank you to everyone. We have an incredible day ahead. Please make sure that you're following along with World Women Fund and using the hashtag PowerHer. And thank you. Hope you have a wonderful day, and looking forward to all the concerts coming up.
mic working? Hello again. Welcome back to the Queendom concert, everyone. I just wanted to say thank you again to the Wayfarer Foundation and the World Women Foundation for their support to bring this Queendom concert alive to here we are today. So I don't think I need to introduce myself anymore. Join me welcoming Remy Serra, a Colombian American pop singer and songwriter. After years of singing and performing covers, including being the lead singer of an Amy Winehouse tribute band in Bogota, Colombia, she started writing her own songs in college. Remember, in our queendom, we don't quit, we persist. Give a big round of applause to Remy Serra.
Hey everyone. This is a song I wrote called Skeptical. I'm just going to do a little acoustic version of it, and I hope you really like it. I break my phone. I fall in love. I take my time and tell myself I'm wrong, that it's not worth the song. Then you came along. You make me feel something fake or real. Just take your time and prove to me I'm wrong, that some things just take long. 'Cause I got another thing coming. Baby, I want something to take over me. Lady, I think you could be the one. This time I'm coming along for you. For you. Don't get me wrong, I'm still skeptical. I think I just make excuses for my heart so I don't have to start. But I got another thing coming. Baby, I want something to take over me. Heidi, I think you could be the one. This time I'm coming along for you. And I've tried to find a new approach to my same old sick ways. I keep one hand on my skin. I fill my brain up with sin, and I'll try hard for a win. But it's hard to walk when you're falling on. It's hard to walk now, 'cause I got another thing coming. Baby, I want something to take over me. Heidi, I think you could be the one. This time I'm coming along for you. For you. Thank you so much.
see. Can everyone hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. In celebration of Women's History Month, we are thrilled to be here today for the 4th edition of the World Women Hour, and truly, truly honored to be surrounded by the best of the best. We are here really gathered around the theme of it's time to claim our power. And I'll say it that way, right? We gotta add that H, which underscores our resolve to do a couple of things: to outdo cliches, overturn rules, and overcome obstacles. So today, let's celebrate our go-getters, our groundbreakers, and our game changers. Let's celebrate those who use their voice to lead change for girls and women around the world. And with that, I'd love to welcome up my esteemed panelists. Come on up on stage, please. And as they join me, we've got Brooke DeRosa. Here she comes, an award-winning composer, conductor, vocalist, and filmmaker. Alicia Gaddis, an Emmy-winning actress and multi-Grammy winner. And Bonnie McGee, a singer, songwriter, and musician. We are expecting Jessica Ross, but I do not see her. So maybe, why don't I join you then? I was going to stand up here, but let me join you. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I had the best time getting ready for today. And just studying, exploring, enjoying, being entertained by, and my mind and heart expanding through all of your work. So
thank you.
To say it's an honor is an understatement. Rather than introducing each of you, could you just each go through and introduce yourselves and perhaps add a highlight to what excites you most about being here today, especially with the umbrella of this theme?
Hi, I'm Bonnie McGee. I'm a singer, songwriter, director, do it all. I'm really happy to be here today. I think sisterhood is very important, and so I'm happy to be a part of it. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brooke DeRosa. I'm a composer, conductor, vocalist. I do a lot of stuff like Bonnie. I think most of us probably do. And I'm so happy to be here on behalf of women everywhere, because we definitely, while things are moving in a good direction, it's not far enough and fast enough. So let's keep going. Woo.
Hi, I'm Alicia Gaddis. I love the multi-hyphenate theme we have. I am a multi-Grammy winner, an Emmy-winning actress, a producer, an author. I write for film and television, and I'm a filmmaker and a mother. And today, I think the thing that excited me the most was being similarly in a community that's rising people up. That felt very inclusive in all directions. And just being really excited to hear everyone's stories as we continue our own narratives to grow the narrative of women in general.
Thank you, each of you. So research suggests and shows that women often face backlash when we are striving to achieve and assert our power and speak out. Can you each share an instance where you've experienced or witnessed this, and how you responded to it?
Okay, I'll take it to a kind of a gentle one of the early childhood days, because I really thought about this, and it continues happening, and I was like trying to trace back the core, right? I remember being in 3rd grade and being like really razzly-dazzly even then, like just being like, this is my thing, like you give me a microphone and I'm gonna like take it, right? So I was in 3rd grade, and it was like the school show or whatever, you know, like the school play, and I was definitely like the razzly-dazzliest. And it was a circus show, and then the results came out on who was going to be the ringleader. And I remember being like, this is my day, I'm going to be the ringleader. And they put it up, and they were like, obviously I was not the ringleader. And they said, oh, Alicia,
ringleaders are for boys. Only boys can be the ringleader. And then I kept stepping in spaces where they told me only boys could be the ringleader, or the man was only the ringleader. And I conformed to that because it was this systemic situation of wherever I were in a lot of the spaces I was put in or putting myself in. And it took me a long time to instead of fighting it, instead of pushing that away and trying to be what I thought I needed to be to rise in that space and be like, I see you, space. I'm going to step outside of that and create my own space and invite people in who feel the same way and want to lift each other up accordingly.
Wow. What a powerful start. So, Brooke.
I'm not sure if this is going to answer the question correctly, but when I was when I was taking conducting lessons, I was told I would not be able to because women have weird bodies for conducting.
Cool.
There's nothing I can really do about that, so of course I was obviously a man who told me this. I don't know if does that answer it?
Of course, if that's what comes to mind, absolutely.
There's a lot of insulting things I think that have been said to me, mostly, especially in conducting. None of the male instrumentalists usually want to listen either, which is really makes for a fun time on my end. But yeah.
Thank you.
Let's see. Okay, so examples of times when there was something where I'm not, whatever. Okay, I'm going to try.
Yeah. Backlash.
So I am, like I said, a singer-songwriter. I also engineer all my own stuff, and I edit my own videos and movies and stuff. And I think I'm always getting reactions from men when I'm in the studio where I'm like, hey, can you like move so I can sit down and engineer? And they're always like, wow. Like, you can run Pro Tool? Wow. And I'm just like, motherfucker, I'm sorry. I've been doing this for like 20 years. And now that I'm stepping into more like film stuff and making my own videos and stuff, it's kind of the same thing. People are always surprised that I'm able to edit. And I don't know, just most of the time I end up doing it better. I don't know if it's because I because I have something to prove, maybe, because I'm just like, I'll show you. I'm going to show you how technical I can get. But yeah, I think that's one example.
Well, I'm sure it's like quite impressive for them to watch you envision, create, produce, star, and edit and refine. And I mean, it's just it's a very it's emblematic, I think, of all three of you and the touch points that you have in so many different kind of holistic and integrated spaces. It seems on the stage and off the stage and everywhere in between. Bonnie, I'll start again with you. So your music has touched the lives of many, and I'm wondering, how do you navigate the music industry's landscape to ensure that your voice is heard, and what advice would you give aspiring female artists looking to claim their power and make an impact?
I think I still kind of struggle with it, to be honest. As a songwriter, we're sort of at the bottom of the totem pole in the music industry. Male or female. And so, but a lot of times I see guys getting points on the master when they ask for it, and the girls not so much. It's kind of like, I've literally been laughed at, where I'm like, hey, so like I did contribute to these ideas, and I did contribute to this production, and that was my idea, and the bridge, and blah, 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 and the production, and it's just like, that's cute. And I think that because I'm more established now, it was really bad when I first was coming up, but I think I can ask for what I need now. But I still feel hesitant because I have been conditioned to not be a pain in the ass, Like, don't make too much noise, don't ask for too much, don't make it a pain in the ass for everybody, basically. So I still struggle with that. I still feel guilty when I ask for what I deserve, So that's something I am actively working on. But my advice to other up-and-comers is learn how to engineer your shit. Learn how to engineer, learn how to edit, learn how to produce, learn how to do this stuff yourself, because I spent so many years in the beginning just waiting around for a dude to send me the track, or being like, I don't really like it, but like, I'm very particular and I don't want to like take up too much of your time, shrinking myself when I have a very specific idea of what I want. And now I'm able to execute that on my own. And that's incredibly liberating.
And I really appreciate, thank you. I really appreciate the honesty and the vulnerability that everyone is showing. So thank you for that. Alicia, as a Emmy-winning actress and multi-Grammy award winner, you've undoubtedly harnessed the power of your voice through your career. How do you believe that women in the entertainment industry can amplify their voices and drive meaningful change and empower others?
I really do also appreciate that vulnerability, because it is still really hard, isn't it? I think that's a great reminder. And wait, can you say the last part again? I got too distracted with the vulnerability of the last. I was like, yeah, learn those skills. I was like, I need to go back and talk to that. I literally was like, I have to send an email to my editor. Get okay, sorry, I got distracted.
No, it's a mouthful, and it's funny. I was listening to an interview with Bonnie where you were talking about the importance of lyrics that don't like triple up, big words effectively, right? So just to unpack the big words again. How do you believe women in the entertainment industry can amplify their voices to drive meaningful change and empower others, considering, and especially through the lens of the extraordinary career that you've already have had and continue with?
Well, I think thank you. And I think with what I do is I continue to check in with not only my own voice and my own narrative, but I have this really weird career of niche, like, unfortunately for my agents. And by that, I'm always looking to try, and I'm still working actively to to decenter myself and look at what is not being heard, or what makes people feel a little nervous. For example, my last film, my film that's in post-production right now that received the National Endowment for the Arts grant, is about the community of reborn dolls. And there's a community of reborn dolls of women having mental health breaks because they have either not been able to conceive, lost a child, or their children have grown. And the stigma and it's a dark comedy, but it's destigmatizing the community and a lot of destigmatization. And a few of my books also have been published about weaning. And I have a book about weaning because I was on the road touring, doing these huge stadium tours in China. And it wasn't very allowed to breastfeed in public places, and especially breastfeed. I had all male crews. My band is all male. The manager was male. And I was like, I'm bringing my baby on tour and nursing her on the tour bus, and I'm going to nurse her off stage, hand her to someone, put her things on, go perform, nurse again. And it was like mind-blowing to people. And I'm going to take her to the restaurant with the clients who brought us here after and be nursing my baby. Right? I mean, because I am all of the things, and you can't be all the things equally. Thank you. I mean, it was like actually this huge act. Like, I didn't expect to be making this big stance. But it was like a statement when I was like taking this baby around 16 cities all over China. And in the U.S., the U.S. also has some problems. And when I got home, I thought, how can I help with, and I'm always looking for that as a storyteller. How can I tell this story so people's hearts open and then you jab them with the truth, right? So I wrote a book on the countdown to weaning. Right? And how a mother can talk to her child about weaning, what you can do to prepare, making a book, an interactive book. This is just a very small example. But it's about finding holes in a narrative that you believe in and bringing a voice to that so that it can create a bigger dialogue that you get to be a part of. And for me, the next book I wrote was about periods, normalizing menstruation and making a coffee table book about menstruation. That was wild. It got passed by a bajillion people, then finally a yes. And so in order to, what my advice would be is to keep going, because there's a yes, because you are not an actual niche. You are 50% of the population, and there are people out there waiting to support you. You just have to find each other.
What a stunning example. That is so powerful. That beats the way I did it. Just
There's no competition.
Hiding in a car.
Right? That's good.
No, I really honor and respect that. Brooke, you've made significant contributions to the arts, as mentioned, a rare in form as a female composer. How can women in creative fields use their voice to challenge the traditional norms and promote inclusivity and diversity within their respective industries?
Well, I think that we're already making a lot of strides, especially in film music or theater music, which I work in, or classical music, which there are really not a lot of women conductors in. I think one thing that was really important is when I was growing up, I started out as a singer because I just didn't know that I could do the other stuff. I knew that I liked it, but there weren't women doing it, and I just never thought, oh, this is a valid kind of a career path, because no one's doing it. So I didn't know of any famous female composers or conductors. No women were writing musicals except for Secret Garden. But so I think it's really important that we let the younger generations see that there are women that are doing it, because even just talking to younger people nowadays, they're, I want to be a composer too. And I just is crazy how it never entered my mind, and all I would do is listen to classical music or listen to film scores. Never once did I think, oh, I could do this. So I think just the visibility for women, great events like this where we just bring attention to women and all their contributions are extremely important for moving the needle forward.
I completely agree. This is a little off script, but can each of you share a little bit about what you're most excited about working on right now? Whether it's up and coming and not known by others and you can talk around it, or just the projects that have most recently kind of tapped into and invigorated the piece that we're all talking about right now.
Yeah, I just building on what you were saying, seeing other female filmmakers too, just like kind of in my peer group or just even on Instagram or whatever, and seeing my friends be like making films and like going to film festival, and I was like, wait, because in my head it was like, one day maybe I'll direct, and then it was like, well, I'm watching other people do it, I'm just gonna do it, and I made a short film in the pandemic, and like, I had lots of time on my hands, like we all did. But I was like, well, now's the time. And that was really great. So anyway, sorry. As far as just seeing other women doing what you're doing, or doing what you want to do, that is absolutely very powerful. And I've been working with a lot of kind of young up-and-coming artists and sort of mentoring them. And I never had a mentor. I was kind of like thrown to the wolves at 16 and moved out here. And so just like being someone that they can call and be like, does this contract look right? Like, is this like, and I'm like, that's not how it works. Because no one was ever there to be like, you're being taken advantage of. So I'm really enjoying kind of stepping into this mentor role. I mean, just because I care, it is really rewarding for me. As far as projects, I have an album coming out at the end of May called Hot City. And yeah, thank you very much. Thanks.
Well, as a matter of fact, I do have something coming up. I wrote a new musical version of Alice in Wonderland. Yes, with a female book writer. It's premiering at the Wilshire Ebell Theater April 6th and 7th. please come see it. I have flyers, I have coupon codes, I have everything. And that's actually been funny because like everyone up here, I thought, oh, I'll just compose it, but then it wasn't getting picked up. I said, I'll just produce it. And then that was great. And then it was like, well, I guess I have to direct it now too, because that's what women have to do to move the needle forward sometimes. So please come and see Alice in Wonderland April 6th and 7th at the Wilshire Ebell Theater. Yay.
I love that space. That's a really good theater. That's really exciting. I think for me, I think what I decided at the beginning of this year, because I feel like the last, well, I guess 4 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, like those 4 years that all blended together, I was like a content creating machine. Like I was like, I have to write a screenplay and seven pilots and do another album and write music for, this toy company and sing on this and make a speech, because it was just like we were trapped. And it was an explosive time of like pressure cooking art for me personally. And so I'm looking forward. So I set the intention at the beginning of the year of creative ease. And what I mean by that, and I think it speaks to my PowerHer, is I'm going to let things come to me. Instead of pushing out more projects, I'm finishing up a lot that I'm excited about. I've decided to be my true rooted self and let what is meant to come to me, let it really speak to me. Because in the past, I feel as if I've had to push, like we've talked about. Am I good enough for the space? I think someone in the last panel said they had to be or it was the person who won the person of the year. She felt like she had to be overqualified. And that resonated so much with me. I feel like I have to know everybody's job, even as an actress. If I step onto set, I want to be able to speak about to everybody. I want to equalize the playing field for myself and for them. And so for this year, I want to be more knowledgeable in what my efforts are and let the magnetism of us all bounce off of each other. So I feel like there's something out there that I'm not trying to finish that's going to come up and that's going to really shake me in the best way. And I'm opening space for that.
This is just all so good, and I'm realizing I didn't introduce myself, so my name's Stacy Pennington, and I was thinking, I was looking for Rupa beyond the lights, because I think you just can't make up how extraordinary the insights that you all are sharing intertwine with the essence and the mission and the vision for the World Women Foundation and the World Women Hour. So it's such an honor. I have the privilege of being able to kind of be a part of the World Women Foundation team, and it's opened up the door to do a lot of kind of deep soul searching and truly the story of each of our stories and narrative, and is one that is touched on by so many of your collective points. And I think to your point about the intention you set at the beginning of the year, it is, we all need to set an intention along those lines, because otherwise the grind and the hustle to constantly be proving ourselves in the context of the norms that have been kind of told or fabricated, it gets overwhelming, and we can easily burn out. We started early, and if everyone's up for just kind of continuing for a little bit, I've got a couple of more questions. One is a fill in the blank, but then expand on it, please. So, fill in the blank. Power can be used as a tool for blank. Lonnie.
I mean, helping others, and that is one of the beautiful things about having the success that I've had, is that I can help the next generation. Whereas before I felt like I was just kind of in the trenches with the rest of them, and so it's nice when someone calls me and goes, I can't get this person, and I'm like, I'll pick up the phone, I'll call for you, whatever it is. There's something really rewarding about that.
it was power is an instrument of?
Can be a tool.
Can
Can be used as a tool for.
Can be used as a tool for change. I think, especially when we all come together, and you know, and yeah, I mean, absolutely, inspiring others, change. There's just, it's funny. It took me getting a lot older until I was really actually comfortable, kind of taking my actual power, because I never thought that I had power. You know, I'm sure that we have all felt that way. Like if someone was saying, "Oh, don't complain too much, don't ask too many questions, just, this is how it's done." And no, why? That doesn't have to be done like that. So, yeah, I think it's a good change.
Power is a tool for lifting up others' voices. I think for me, that's one of my main missions, like my main why of doing anything, is if I can, the more energy, funding, energy meaning fiscally, attention-wise, anything that I can get on a project, it means that I can then spread that out and then focus that another way. And being very conscious of that you can do that on a micro or macro level all day, every day. Like at the end of my day, I think in a small way, whose voice can I lift up that is an artist, as a woman BIPOC artist? Who can I share? How can I use my platform? How can I use my voice? When a grant comes in, when funding comes in, a development deal comes in, who can I hire on my team first? What DP am I looking at? When I'm writing a script, how does the cast look in terms of inclusivity? It is such a valuable way to think all the time. You have to put it on the forefront of your mind. It has to be the lens that you're making choices for, not only for women, but for the inclusivity in a greater, broader sense. I think it is so important that we're doing it. It becomes organic to who we are.
Another fill in the blank. One power tool that every young woman can use to lead the new wave of change.
Sisterhood. Oh, I love that. I think that there is power in numbers. I mean, that is the truth. When we think about, and not to, keep on coming back to this, but it was such an eye-opening experience for me going through the whole Me Too movement. I feel like the power in numbers is so real. And I realized, like, you guys know that movie, what's it called? Pleasantville? Is that what it's called? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, I really had the moment where I was like, I've been living in black and white, and I'm seeing the world in color. And that's because of sisterhood. That's because women came together and made something happen. And I do think that there has been a change. And I think that people are careful. Men are more careful about what they say, how they treat us, especially in professional environments. It's not the cure-all, but I do think that together, like, it really made a difference. So, I don't know. I say sisterhood. That's great.
Sorry, how did you phrase it?
That's okay. This is good. One power tool that every young woman can use to lead the new wave of change.
The power to say the word no.
Amen, sister.
Yep.
I think the power of our personal story. I think so many, and I think that starts and is the ability to then be able to connect in a profound way. But I talk to people a lot who just believe that their story isn't good enough, that they have to be more, they're not exciting enough, why me? I tell people all the time, why not you? You are valuable and you are important, and every experience that you have lived, are living now, and want to live is so meaningful, and you are here for a reason. And I think your story leads to your voice, and your voice can be your art, your voice can be your actual voice, voice can be what you do with the community and your job. But I think that starts with knowing your story, knowing yourself, and being able to connect and want to share it.
Awesome. And final question as we wrap up. How does your work align with theme, and how does it empower women to lead in a bold new way through the power of their voice? And we've already touched on several elements of that. So truly, like specifically through the lens of each of the spaces that you have within this creative field, what has risen to the top as a priority and or a particular project or experience that was able to capture that most for you?
I write pop music, and so I'm always kind of having to think about the masses. Like when I write, I'm always thinking about like, how do I reach and touch and help as many people as I can with this? And so I think a theme that comes through my music again and again, and it's probably because what I need to hear, I know it's because what I need to hear, is about perseverance. And when you fall down, you get back up. And that's kind of become sort of the theme of my whole career. And, you know, I used to be so devastated when I would fail. And now every failure is just a learning experience. Like, you know, the first few cuts are the deepest, and then it gets easier. And then you're like, oh, yeah, like everyone's failing all the time. It's fine. But so I think that but the music that I write for myself and for other people, it's really about perseverance and hanging in there. And one of the most rewarding things about writing these songs that have reached millions of people is the stories that I hear from people like, oh, like Roar helped me get through my divorce, helped me get through my battle with cancer, helped me, you know, whatever it is. And that really motivates me, is to just give people hope and give people something to strive for. It's not like woman specific, but I would say just like empowering people to be themselves and love themselves and believe in themselves. That's like a common theme in my art. Thank you.
Well, I think in my particular field, it's just to show other women that it can be done. It is being done. It will continue to be done, probably in much greater numbers. And if I can be a little part of that change, then that will be a good life lived.
For me, the area that buoyed my career up unexpectedly was in family entertainment. So we had a band for children, and then I was created a children's television show in which I got to star in because I put myself as the star, and then sold it accordingly with me attached. And then hired all my friends to write, my lady writer friends and all my friends to do it, because isn't that the dream? And so with that, when I became this children's media person, I didn't realize the responsibility. And I have two mixed-race daughters, and I say that because that is also very important to me, that the representation on screen was reflected in what they were seeing. And so I was able to negotiate that as well and put that to the forefront. But I started realizing, oh, all these young girls are looking at me on stage and on their screen. I'm the one they're tuning into. They're trusting me. The parents are allowing me in their home, and then they're trusting my voice with what I say. And when I really took that in, it was kind of terrifying because that's like, you want to talk about shaping the future. They're like right there, and then they show up. And I wanted to make sure that the person I was when I was not that like children's media icon thing was aligned with the values I still wanted to teach them. That's when my allyship, my voice got stronger. When I realized that the horn of the mouth that I was speaking through was going to eventually, those kids were going to get older and they were going to check in, or maybe they had teen or whatever it was. it was such and I think someone spoke about branding, and the overarching branding is what your truth is, and what you're, to me, is in the why of what you're doing it and the message you're putting out there. And for me, I knew that was falling on young ears, and that was really a big deal, and I don't take it lightly. And so for me, that's very empowered that I get to have that very trusted experience in that capacity.
Yeah. So awkward to clap with a mic. I'm finding it really hard to wrap this up because this is so enjoyable. But I think just building on that, the such a huge part of the meaning of this initiative and the power to claim our power is the encouragement to girls and women around the world to tap into that source of congruency and value within, so that the ways in which we are living our lives and contributing back truly connect to our inner spirit and our inner space that we see ourselves most, and others see us as well. And I think each of you and your extraordinary work and footprint kind of on society and the world is a great example of that. So I want to thank each of you and thank the audience, and just a shout out for everyone, a plug to follow at World Women Fund on Instagram and online, and think of ways that you'd like to get involved and be a part of this force moving forward. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you all.
everyone. So we are back at the Queendom concert, and I'm Ayati Dashkar, and I'm the co-founder of the Queendom concert and the Queendom Metaverse. And I again want to say many thanks to our proud sponsors, the Wiffer Foundation and the World Women Foundation, for their support in bringing the inaugural Queendom concert series alive. And I want to say again that the Queendom concert is more than a performance. It's a platform for us to explore and express ourselves and fight injustice in the universal language of music. With that, the next performance by Obsession defies convention, embodying the spirit of rebellion. And remember, in our Queendom, we don't ask, we take action. Enjoy the performance, and I do hope you get obsessed. Let's give a big round of applause to Obsession.
Hi, we're Obsession. We'll be playing an original. It's called Where I Wanna Be. We're very excited for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Day after day, it's hard to contain all of these feelings. Can't get away. Thinking of leaving this place where I stay. Dreaming of time that it's hard to explain. I've been so caught up here with someone. You give me something I don't need. I wanna be free, 'cause that's where I wanna be. Caught in the rain, dancing in the street, missing the train. I never wanna leave. It won't be the same. Don't ever change. It's all I see. It's where I wanna be. Where do I go? You never showed, and now it all feels like so long ago. 30 below, moving so slow. Can't see the future, nobody knows. I've been so caught up here with someone. You give me something I can't see. I wanna be free, 'cause that's where I wanna be. Caught in the rain and dancing in the street, missing the train. I never wanna leave. It won't be the same. Don't ever change. It's all I see. I've been so caught up here with someone. You give me something I don't need. I wanna be free, 'cause that's where I wanna be. Caught in the rain and dancing in the street, missing the train. I never wanna leave. Won't be the same. Don't ever change. It's all I see. It's where I wanna be.
Thank you so much.
Zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I'd like to introduce our panelists for the PowerHer of our narrative panel. Actually, I'm going to have them introduce themselves. And everyone, good afternoon and welcome to the 4th edition of the World Women Hour, where we will learn today from the best of the best. And without further ado, I would like to introduce or have the panelists, our esteemed panelists, introduce themselves. Laura, would you like to begin?
Sure. My name is Laura Kreis, and I'm CEO of Change Giving. I started a company for change in 2020.
My name is Zuri Hall. I am an Emmy Award-winning television host, currently hosting on Access Hollywood on NBC, and a show during the summers called American Ninja Warrior. Oh, we have a couple of Ninja fans. What's up? How y'all doing?
I am Amanda Henry. I'm Vice President of Business Development and Women's Wellness at a company called Therabody, the company that made the Theragun.
I love that. My name is Erica Bennett, and I am the CEO of my own company called Conscious Culture Creative, but spent a number of years in the tech, media, and entertainment space. Little thing called Facebook and YouTube.
She said my own company. I know that's right.
Yay, give it up for our panelists. And to get started, the opening question, how do you interpret the concept of power, and how does it influence the way you navigate both your personal and professional life? And we'll start with Erica.
Thanks. Well, the concept of power for me is really important because I'm in a season of transition. Last year, I was at a major magazine for Black women and left and started my own company. And I think for me, what I've had to think about a lot is sort of reclaiming my narrative around success and not allowing others to define that for me. So I'm not sure how you ladies grew up, but I grew up with a pretty awesome but strict mom who very much rewarded good grades and, you know, if you were the president of this club and et cetera. And she was very proud of that. And I was too, and I think it served me well. But what it created in me was this interesting dynamic with success that I had to be producing to be successful. And what I've realized is that I can exist. I can be a success as a good sister, as a good partner, as a good daughter, as a good global citizen. So that's kind of my take on it.
Yeah, very similarly, I grew up with a Caribbean family, so
yeah.
I think that's maybe kind of the poster child of any immigrant family. They're just like, you must succeed at all costs. I think my definition and the way I kind of think about power is, especially this new generation, I am so inspired by because they're really not putting up with much. And I think, I'm not going to age myself here, but I'm of the generation of like, okay, let's, assimilate, let's get in there, let's not cause a fuss. And I think through going through corporate America, being Canadian, moving to the US, growing up in Europe, I have a lot of kind of dynamics happening. But for me, the biggest thing that I've noticed is that, and it might have been the editor of Ebony that said this, go where your who is best. And I think what's really important is if you do not feel empowered in the spaces that you're in, you have the option to change your spaces, as opposed to staying in establishments, in companies, in relationships where you don't feel you have power. Gone are the days of being like, this is the best thing for X versus this is the best thing for me. So I think kind of deciding where you are best, I think in its sheer, defiance gives you power.
Mm-hmm. Snaps for me. I couldn't agree more. I'm sensing a theme. I think that will be here on the stage today. When I think of power, I think of being able to say no and that be a full sentence. And that was something that I really struggled with for most of my life, as a high-functioning people pleaser, reformed people pleaser at this point, as someone who sought recognition and worth through achievement for a really long time. I was a shy kid, so achievement was a way that I got attention because I was too shy to just go up and say, hi, I'm Zuri. But I could get an academic scholarship or memorize all of the lines to that script or whatever it was and then go on a stage or have a camera roll and then maybe you'll talk to me. Maybe you'll be the first person to say hello, right? And so for a little while I found my power through performance, and I realized that was a really exhausting way to live because you're only as good as your last performance. And my probably life journey will be making peace with existing, to your point, and that being more than enough. And I've been really intentional about choosing spaces, choosing relationships, choosing friendships where just being is enough. And I've said that I feel most powerful, and I know that I'm in spaces intimately that I belong when I can be silent, when I don't have to say anything or do anything, because there's no performance in that. You can't sell yourself in that. And to sort of land the plane, back to that idea of no, I think there's so much power in knowing yourself because you don't know what to say yes or no to if you don't understand your own why. And for the longest, my why was just because they want me to, because they'll be impressed, because they'll applaud. And once I figured out what my personal why was, it was much easier to have a North Star that guides my life, all areas of it. The romantic relationships I choose, the career opportunities I choose, and it makes my no's much easier because it's not like, oh, was that the right decision? Was it not? I'm empowered because I know it wasn't the right decision because that yes would not have served my why. So I just encourage everyone to figure out what that why is for them and then be unapologetic in saying no to the things that don't serve that.
Power. What a word. What does it mean, really? Do we really even know what power is? I have a hard time answering that question, but I'm going to go in depth of what I think power is. And to me, power is finding your purpose and passion. To me, power is really living a meaningful life. When I go back in time and I think of the times that really marked my life, the most incredible time of my life, hardest but the biggest growth I had was when my husband was diagnosed with lung cancer. I was 2 months pregnant, and he was a very successful businessman, designer, and so forth. And he said, you know, Laura, there's one thing that I didn't get to do. And I said, what is it? His name was Michael. And he said, Mike, I said, you know, you live such an incredible life. And he said, you know, with all the relationships I had and all the success I had, I could have made a bigger difference. And I didn't. And at this time, he had about 3 weeks to live. And I thought, when my time comes, I don't want it to be that way. I want to make sure that I lived a purposeful life. And so to me, power turns into, if I have to maybe give it a name, I just think it's such a broad concept that it's hard to really group into a small conversation. But I mean, for me, power is purpose and passion. So living a purposeful life and turning your pain into passion is also a beautiful thing. So I hope that answers that question. It's very difficult to really grasp it.
They're all wonderful insights, all of you. Now moving on to the next question, in your opinion, what are some of the most significant obstacles that women face when attempting to change their narratives and claim their power? And Laura, we'll start with you and then go down the line the opposite way.
I might circle back to that. Maybe the power lies into attitude. Maybe the story started one way, but we can change the ending. Maybe we have the ability to discover the power within ourselves. So I think I'll end with that.
I think one of the biggest obstacles to sort of claiming one's own narrative these days is everyone else's projections and the boxes that they try to put us in, right? Like everyone, no matter what you do at this point, has a personal brand. Everyone's got a platform, whether you're behind the scenes, whether you're on camera, whether you're in corporate America or a creative. We are in a world where everyone expects you to be able to have an elevator pitch and say who you are and then put it online for public consumption, and then they'll judge whether or not you actually get to be that thing, or if you do it well. It's like, okay, well, what was the point of all that? And so I've found that that's been my biggest struggle for a long time, back when I was sort of figuring out who I was versus who maybe the public thought I was or should be, who my family or my parents thought I should be, who my partner thought I should be, and trying to convince people that you are not what they think, or that you are something that you believe to be true. Like, that's been the most difficult thing when it comes to claiming one's narrative. I've found that right back to that idea of knowing oneself and really getting clear on my core values and how they show up in the work that I do and how I show up in my interpersonal relationships. Like, I've finally gotten to a point where that's enough. And I've just had to make peace with being misunderstood. And there is so much more peace in not feeling a need to explain myself or explain a decision publicly or privately, because the people who know my heart and know me, we can offline and have those conversations. And if we're not close enough to offline and have those conversations, I genuinely couldn't care less what you think at this point in my life. So that's how I've sort of wrapped my mind around making peace with the narrative being pervaded, if you will.
this question. I think what's really interesting is I think the biggest obstacles really are ourselves a lot of the time, and really believing that we're worthy and we can do. And then also, you know, taking peace in the journey, because when you're building your narrative, when you're changing your narrative rather, was the question, and trying to build whatever you feel that you want to create in your life, you know, that's when the resistance happens. That's when things really start not going your way. That's when the world throws a lot of things at you to challenge that belief. And I think if we steadfast ourselves, really similar to what Zuri says, if you're really still and really take the time to get to know the purpose, the why, and your destination, and really hold on to that, that is going to be the thing that really propels you forward. Because full transparency, my husband was the founder and creator of the Theragun, and building this business together, let me tell you, our families, our friends, people that were the closest to us were like, what are you doing? This is insane. No one's gonna buy into that. What are we doing here? You guys have degrees, like what's happening? So going back to who you are, what you're trying to do, and how you're trying to get there, if you keep holding on to that, no matter what the world throws at you, that is the way I feel like you break through.
I think I had to change my relationship with rules. So similar to what Zuri talked about, rules served me in a lot of great ways growing up, but I realized as I got older, I just had random rules for no reason. Like, orange juice can only be drank in the morning. You know, just really crazy rules. And there are rules that are a little bit more normal that tell us that, you know, if we don't check every box on a job description, we can't apply for it. When I've got my male friend being like, I checked one of those, I'm gonna apply, see what happens. And so I think for me, as I'm stepping into a new chapter and thinking about this new era to like dream and figure out what I wanna do, it is really about shifting my relationship with rules and understanding that I have permission to break rules that are kind of arbitrary anyway. So.
Those are all excellent answers. Thank you. Moving on to the next question. What strategies or approaches have you found the most effective in challenging societal norms and stereotypes that limit women's power and agency? And we're going to start with you, Erica, now at the opposite
Can you
end.
repeat that one more time?
Right, I was like, hold on.
Okay, what's the
Run that back, run that back.
Well, we can go in the middle and work our way around if it's too easy.
Please don't let her make you go first.
Yeah.
Still processing the question.
I'm fine to go first.
Okay.
Can we get it one more time, though?
Yeah,
You know, for the
yeah.
room.
Do you want to
For the room.
Okay.
Wait, no,
And then-
can you just repeat the question one more
Okay.
time?
Well, Zuri, do you want to start and then we'll go?
If you repeat the question.
Oh, yeah, sure. Okay. What strategies or approaches have you found most effective in challenging societal norms and stereotypes that limit women's power and agency?
Ooh, my pits started sweating, just like hearing that question. And girl, I was trying to give you the assist. I think I'm throwing it back.
I think it's having the courage to be audacious. I think sometimes, like I said, going back to the notion of rules, I think a lot of times our rules teach us we have to show up a certain way and we have to be a certain way, and so it really, you know, it's sad that we have to have courage, but to have the courage to just be audacious and to like be so reckless in that audacity that we can break those stereotypes, those norms, and really serve our best interests. So, you know, I think it's about courage.
And I think that's a really good point. And to your point of audacity, right? I think piggybacking on that, so thanks for taking the lead on this.
Got you, girl.
But to piggyback on that in all seriousness, I think it also is, it only takes one to start, one with that audacity, one with that, no, that's not true. No, that doesn't feel right. No, actually, that doesn't serve me, and I'm opting out of that narrative. And then after one comes a second, and then a third, and then suddenly you have a small group or a community, and then suddenly you look up and you have a revolution on your hands, right? And I think that's the way that a lot of ideas get turned on their heads and a lot of narratives get tossed out. And to Amanda's earlier point about Gen Z, I think they do an incredible job of that. I think it's a really interesting time to be on the internet and on social. We see so many tiny little niches, so many little bubbles and pockets of community. And in one sense, it's a little bit frustrating because it's like, who am I communicating to? It used to be so easy to like say a thing, cast a wide net, and bring people in. But now people are like, no, I need you to get hyper specific with who you are, what you believe, what the vibe is, so I can decide if I want to opt in or not, because there are 10 other options for me to be a part of community. But the great side of that coin is I get that opportunity too. I get to go find the spaces that make sense for me, the spaces where I feel like I belong. And so when we're turning narratives on their head, I think it becomes much easier now that we have this digital world in which one or two people can be brave enough to be like, I'm not hearing a lot of this unpopular opinion, but this is what I think. Does anybody else think this? And then as that voice grows louder, that collective voice, I think it does help to sort of reshape narratives.
Okay. Amanda? Stacy or Amanda, do you want to add some?
Laura?
ins-
My name is Laura. Stacy's over there. Stacy, come on up. I think what's most powerful is education. I think a lot of the outcomes that we have, that we face, that we see, that we experience is just a lack of education. Not necessarily book education, but it's truly the inability we have to want to, and fear maybe. We've been given so much fear throughout the news and different source of media that have educated us to believe that maybe one race is this and another one is that and so forth. And I think it's just a lack of education and us taking the time to really learn about other cultures, about other people. So my answer to that would be power is education. And same for women. If you really want to succeed in a field, to get to know your craft, to get to know your work and your environment to the T, to perfection, to have the knowledge, to want to strive. If we want a real place in society and we want a real place to be able to compete, I think we really need to compete, and education is very powerful. So that would be my answer.
Everybody has said a lot of things, and I'll keep it really concise. Go into spaces that are uncomfortable. I think we're really good at staying comfortable. I feel like all of our lives are automated in one sense or another, and we don't like to go into discomfort anymore. So go into the places that are uncomfortable, because usually those are the places we need to be, and breakthrough happens.
Moving on, looking ahead, what do you envision as the impact of women changing narratives and claiming power on future generations and the broader society? so like inspiration. Yeah. These stories inspire, kind of.
Well, I think, Zuri, you talked about it in your last answer, right? I think it's, creating room for others to feel empowered to take control of their narrative, right? Oh, this person doesn't agree with us, so I feel more comfortable in my own skin saying I don't agree as well, until you create a groundswell there.
Okay, well, the next question is actually a fill in the blank, and it's very straightforward, and I think we're going to get some good answers. And okay.
He's like, stop shooting the messenger, what?
Power can be used as a tool for, and then fill in the blank. And who wants to go first?
Oh,
I don't want to put anyone else.
Go. Fine. Ooh, look at it.
Okay.
You got a draw. You got it, Amanda. Go. All right, thank you. I'll keep it simple as always, but power can be used as a tool to power the empowered. And I think
I know you did not just steal my answer.
we're on the same wavelength. I'll leave it at that.
Expand. No, we were back. First of all, Amanda and I are friends. We go back for like a decade. Yes, that's it. I think power is used to empower people because, you know, I've said our gifts and the things that we have, the things that we're blessed with, are of no use unless we're reaching back and we're pulling up. And so I don't particularly see much of a point in having power if you don't use it to, you know, empower those around you. So, same.
I think power is the ability to influence and make a change, maybe make a difference. So I think we're all very powerful beings, and our behavior matters, our words matter, we set up an example for others every day with our kids, with our friends, with our, so I think starting with ourselves is a very influential way to enforce our power, because we are powerful beings. As weak and as little as we can be, that a virus could kill us within hours, we are very powerful, and we have that ability to make a difference. And I would challenge all of us to do that and to use that power within ourselves on a daily basis.
Okay, so final question, and this is very casual. How do we inspire the next generation of females to be fearless and to claim their power? Just very straightforward.
I think by not forcing them to participate in a society that makes them perform for self-worth. I think by encouraging them to be who they are, and by loving them just as they are, and by helping them prioritize things like play, things like rest, things like imagination, things like creativity, that those have just as much value as good grades, that those have just as much value as you being captain of the president of the whatever, is the way that we not only encourage and empower them, but we change the overall narrative.
Excellent answer. Anyone else? Inspiring the next generation.
I would say to the next generation to find their purpose and their passion, and then back it up by a ton of education, so that you become a really powerful being. And then I like to share something. My husband carried in his wallet for many years a fortune cookie that we found years later. He passed away 12 years ago, and I have two boys, and one of my sons says, "Mom, can we go and do you have Dad's wallet?" And I said, "Yes, I do actually. I haven't seen it in years, but it's in the safe." So I just saved it for emotional purposes, obviously. He was an amazing guy. And so we opened the wallet, and the first thing, it's interesting because this is what this is about today, the first thing that was in there was that fortune cookie that reads, "Find the power within yourself." And I think that's such a phenomenal concept and so incredible to talk about, because right now we're living in an era where everything is about what is everybody else is doing and who has more followers and who's succeeding. And I think we're going to reach a time and a place where we're going to get so sick of that. People are getting depressed and lonely for stupidity. Everybody takes that photo on a moment where, you know, it's, oh, everybody's having a great time and, you know, feeling left out. And I love to invite everyone to really find the power within ourselves and to break those barriers of all this stuff that the media feeds us, and to get to know each other, to get to learn each other's culture. My best friend in life is a Hall of Famer football player who later on stepped in as a dad to my kids, and not as a dad, but he's my best friend since we were 16. I was an up-and-coming tennis player. He was an up-and-coming football player. And it's such a beautiful relationship, and he's been there for my kids since they were 2 and 5, and now they're 18 and 14, and it's just such a beautiful interracial relationship. I adore him, and those stories are never told. And I think that we need to educate ourselves. We owe it to ourselves to really read about other people, about other cultures, travel, get to know them, make an opinion for yourself. don't just be so easily swallowed into this monster of social media and news that we're fed. People are really beautiful and they're wonderful, and we're just kind of looking at each other like, who are you? We're not supposed to be talking. And I would just invite everybody to really use that. We're powerful beings. Let's turn it into a positive, powerful new world.
Anyone else? Amanda?
Yeah, I would say when it comes to girls, I would say, we tend to raise our girls and empower our boys. And I would kind of really look at that. I think there was a stat I read recently that said girls, I think around the age of 12 to 15, start dropping out of sports. And it's not because they don't have the ability or they're not good, but it's body image. Like, what? And I think it starts from very young. I think if we start to empower our girls the way we empower our boys, as opposed to raising our girls the way we think they should be raised, I think it will change a generation. And going back to what you said, really letting women and girls be who they are, nurturing their talents. If they're into anime, if they're into sports, if they're into STEM, if they're into nature, whatever it is, let them be them. Because I feel like now with social media, we lose a lot of our childhood. There's a lot out there, and I think if we stay true to who we feel our kids should be, that puts a hindrance on who they could be. So that would be my advice.
Anyone else?
I mean, I just couldn't, that was incredible. I couldn't agree more with all of you. I think it's all beautiful, and particularly the idea of letting kids in general. I mean, I think it's also not even just a question of how our girls are being brought up, but are we teaching our boys and the other young children how to support these girls on their journeys to becoming women out in the world, I think that accountability goes both ways. And so I would hope that we can get to a place where as a society, the burden of responsibility is not just on the girls who will become women and the women who are raising them. It'd be great if the boys and the men around us took that responsibility on as their own also, so that we were all sort of active participants in that.
Okay. Well, I think that is a nice way to close the panel. I want to thank our esteemed panelists, and thank you everyone in the audience for coming and listening to these wonderful insights. And also I want to remind you all to please follow the World Women Fund on social media and use the hashtag PowerHer, and let us know how you want to inspire people to make change for a better world. Thank you. So we are going to go for photos now. Okay.
Zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on. It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Again, welcome everybody. I hope you're enjoying the concert, the conference, the panelists, and as we move into the next part of the program, which is about again celebrating World Women Heroes. This year, we are excited in partnership with BMW North America to celebrate Sarah Denby. Sarah Denby has been fighting harmful stereotypes and reshaping narrative for women around the world, and driving a global initiative to reimagine how we see women and girls in advertising and in media, and using the power of advertising as a force for good. It is my honor to invite Trudy Hardy, Vice President and Head of BMW, Motorrad BMW Group, to present the award to Sarah Denby, Head of Unstereotype Alliance of UN Women. It is an honor to invite you both on stage. And since we have two powerful women moving the world with their powerful moves, it makes even more sense to have a powerful conversation, a fireside conversation with both of them. So welcome to World Women Hour, and let's lead the powerful conversation, and it's led by Trudy. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And on behalf of BMW of North America, welcome
My name is Trudy Hardy. I'm the head of Region Americas for the motorcycle division of BMW of North America. It's my great pleasure, great honor to be here with Sarah Denby. And I think I need to start with the fact that our Women's Employee Resource Group hand-selected you for this wonderful nomination and for all that you've done in women's rights and equality. And I have to just start with Sarah's title. I know this doesn't maybe catch her eye the way it does mine, but Sarah's title is she is the head of the Unstereotype Alliance Secretariat at UN Women. And I think that is such a fabulous title. So I think we all know what we might think that that means, but I'd like to ask you if you could explain a little bit of what this alliance does for gender equality nationally and maybe internationally as well.
Sure. Well, thank you so much, Trudy, and thank you to BMW North America. It's such a privilege. You know, you work away at these things and you don't really know, is anybody out there, and do they recognize or realize how much work goes into all of this? It really is the power of the collective, which I'll probably mention a few times, but it's a real honor to be recognized, so thank you so much. Someone's stolen my award already. That's how coveted it is. But anyway, but I really am grateful, and it's a pleasure to be here. So the Unstereotype Alliance, for those who aren't aware, is a global collective that works with the advertising and media industry to eliminate harmful stereotypes from advertising and media content. And it's convened by UN Women. It was founded in 2017. And the Secretariat, this is UNEs for you, right? So this explains a little bit about the title. The Secretariat is the name of the team at UN Women, which is the United Nations entity for gender equality and the empowerment of women. So we convene, we coordinate, we strategize, we introduce, we fraternize with the global coalition that is the Unstereotype Alliance. And they are made up of 240 major advertisers, creative agency networks, media platforms, academics, and like-minded not-for-profits all around the world who really believe in advertising as a force for good. I worked 18 years in the advertising industry as a suit, as we're known in the trade, not a creative. So worked much more in client service and strategy and that side of it. And BMW was one of my major clients for 5 years when I was living in Dublin. So this is a beautiful full circle moment for me. I'm really grateful. But yeah, so we work to harness the power of advertising, because advertising has always been about changing behavior. And so, and we're also, you know, in our advertising creative and our content as it more so is now, which can be created by anyone, you know, it has a real power and potential to shape our perceptions, our values, and our beliefs. It influences how we see ourselves and the communities around us. And so when that content is reflecting back stereotypical portrayals of whole communities and groups of people, when it reduces them to these really reductive portrayals, that can be so incredibly harmful in really, really consequential ways. But in contrast, when those portrayals are progressive, when they represent people in all their with all their potential and as empowered, respected, dignified individuals, then the opportunity and the potential to drive lasting change is absolutely enormous. And that's what we're designed to do.
Yeah, and I think also we talked about the authenticity of advertising and media and the way that we portray gender equality. So I think that's also, I think, an important part of it, to make sure that we see ourselves authentically in the media that we're consuming.
It's absolutely crucial, because consumers can smell a rat, right? They can tell when you're feeding them a line, when this is, I used to call it when I worked in advertising, and especially when we were trying to target the youth, that we were putting our caps on backwards and they were going to see it a mile off, you know. But authenticity is something we talk about now across all age groups and all communities, and certainly all generations, if you like. which are kind of a stereotype in themselves, right? Millennials, Gen X, Gen Z, alphas, you know, it's like, can we move away from these labels because they in themselves are really harmful? But we work through three main strategic pillars as an alliance. We move to create unstereotyped content. We push for diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace that creates that content for the very simple reason that who makes the work is who shows up in the work. So if we are ever going to achieve authentic representation of the communities we serve, of the consumers we're trying to connect with, then we have to have those communities represented right across the ideation stage, the creative production stage, and they need to be around the client table as well. And so we speak with our agency networks about insisting on that, suggesting perhaps to their clients, could we get a little more diversity around this table that are making these decisions, signing off on these ideas, but equally for clients to insist on that from their agency teams as well. And then we work in unison to mobilize public action against stereotypes, and so that the public, the consumers, their employees can be upstanders, not bystanders, when they see stereotypes in action.
So I work in automotive. I've been in the automotive landscape for 30 years. And while all women drive cars, on the motorcycle side of the equation, only 19% of women ride motorcycles. So that's a really important factor, you know, for me, because we want to see people that look like us, and we want to you know, see if we're safe in that space, and especially when it comes to careers in automotive or the motorcycle business. So part of what we do is try to attract more women just to become riders. And when I look at Gen Z, because you brought that up, 26% of riders are female, so at least it's 1 in 4, so it improves. But what are your thoughts about closing that gender gap? And if we think about, you know, inspiring young women to work in a field that is largely male dominated, what are your thoughts in that space?
Oh, I have many thoughts in that space.
I do as well.
Yeah. But I think, well, first of all, women influence 80% of purchase decisions, all purchase decisions. So if they're not even the one buying the car or the bike, they got something to say about it if they're in that household. So we can't diminish the impact of that or disregard that part of the equation. Do it at your peril. And we've all been there, right, ladies, going into a male-dominated sales space, and they talk to the non-female that might be there with you. So that's always a fun time, especially if you're the one paying. Anyway, I digress. But I think, you know, we talk a lot about diversity, equity, and inclusion in the workplace, and what that means, you know, if even half of that workforce is to be female, if that's your diversity metric, that's great. But which females? What race or ethnicity are they? Are they all, do any of them live with a disability? What religion are they? Do they represent the communities you serve and the consumers you're trying to connect to? So that's something that representatives from those communities will recognize. They'll see it when they're on your workforce, and then they will make sure that they have a place at the table and they have a voice, and that voice is heard. But I always say that diversity is a recruitment issue, inclusion is a retention issue, and equity is a human rights issue. So you can build a diverse workforce, but if they don't feel included and listened to and respected and heard, they'll leave. And as a business, that's expensive. So that's where you have the retention issue. And then equity has been a human right since 1948, equal pay for equal work. But we still talk about it like it's this woke little novelty that we're still getting our heads around. I won't go down that rabbit hole either. But those are the things that the workplace needs to recognize, employers need to recognize. Like our panel just earlier was saying, women need to advocate for that. Women need to use and leverage their power, as you do, to recognize we need more women in this space. Because I'll tell you one thing, in a male-dominated boardroom or management team meeting, they never sit around and say, you know what we need in here? We need more women.
More women.
Never happened. The only time that will happen is when there are more women in there to begin with. So that's why so many of our members really push for gender equity, but then to make sure that that gender equity is intersectional. And so that there are many different communities represented across the workforce at every level. So you don't just have diversity in the junior and the middle management levels, but then, well, look, we're all white and male again at the top. And that happens. We still see that around us, right? So it's being mindful and intentional about creating that environment every step of the way so that women will want to work there, they'll want to stay there, and then they'll want to make your work, particularly your marketing and advertising, better.
Yeah, and I think that's a reason that we're here today, just to make sure that, you know, that we're promoting that equality in the workforce. So, and I also, it's remarkable, I think, that the United Nations has a division set up, specifically UN Women. I mean, and if that doesn't say that you really, really care about making sure that this is an important part of the mission of what you stand for. So my hat's off for that. And as we look at the theme of the conference today with It's Time to Claim Our Power, tell me a little bit about what that means in maybe a more new, modern way for today's younger audience as well.
Well, this is very interesting. I spoke at a marketing conference last week that was all about marketing to Gen Z. There's those labels again, but you know who you are. And it's a very it's a real paradox out there at the moment, because Gen Z was pegged as the most progressive generation, the most gender fluid generation, and in fact what we're seeing is a massive gender divide. It's an ideological gap that's accelerated and grows wider and wider every day. It's worldwide, it's very specific to Gen Z, and we've never seen it like this before. And when I say we, I don't just mean UN Women. I mean, there was an article in January in the Financial Times, for example, and it's a trend that we've noted, and we've been tracking the data for the last couple of years. But now it's hit the mainstream press because everyone's taking it seriously, which is great. But we're almost too late. We're reaching crisis. And that gender paradox is that women, particularly since the Me Too movement, have been armed with and empowered to raise their voices and speak out about long-term injustices against gender equality. And so we've got these really progressive young women, but then we've got young Gen Z men who are increasingly conservative and traditional in their views. And as young women shot off and we gave them the language and the power to raise their voices and say enough of all the stuff that Me Too was about, not before time, we left young men and boys behind. And so they're really struggling with their identities, their place in this conversation, how they can show up without being shouted down. And we, of course, left the way clear for the manosphere and all of these manfluencers to kick in, to provide these role models to make it so much worse. So on the one hand, we've got young men who are angry, we've got incel culture. What the hell was that 6-7 years ago? And now everybody knows what it is and how angry they are. We've got any mother of young, particularly teenage boys, will know that there is now this rhetoric, and they're like, where is this coming from? Where is he learning this stuff? I've always raised him to be supportive and to be an ally for gender equality, and now he's coming out with this language and these ideas that I just don't even know where they're coming from. We know where they're coming from. You probably know where they're coming from as well. So we've got to really work to close that gap, and women need to participate in that conversation as well. And it's where advertising plays a really important role. There's such a big opportunity for brands to portray diverse depictions of masculinity, to show what different men look like, to show what loving, supportive, caring relationships look like across the gender spectrum. So these aren't just heteronormative cisgender relationships. This is LGBTIQ+, it's healthy masculinities, it's women and girls. And by the way, this gender gap, no wonder there is the burgeoning LGBTIQ+ community in the middle of it going, guys, we're just going to leave you to it and we're going to just do our own thing because you guys are hating on each other. And that's exactly what we're seeing. What we need to present in our advertising and our content, we're all content creators, we have to present our ideals. We need to present a much more empowered, supportive, diverse, inclusive society, and show each other what the possibilities are, what healthy masculinities look like, what empowered women and girls look like in a variety of roles, in a variety of relationships.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to, one day where we have that healthy balance and we're not overcompensating in certain areas, and seeing, also one side of the equation digress even maybe a bit there. But it's not all bad, because there's a lot of companies that are doing great things out there. I'd love to ask you a little bit about what your thoughts are on positive trends that you're seeing, and maybe some of the brands and companies that are getting it right now.
There's so much positivity out there. Thank you. No, there really is. I mean, when we think about the content itself on screen, women have got a greater percentage of presence. They have more spoken lines. They're not just, wallpaper in the background. They're not as objectified or as naked as they used to be by any stretch. There's been enormous progress. In fact, where we're seeing that go backwards is the portrayal of men. Men are getting more naked, more chiseled, expressionless, humorless. It's anyway. So we've covered that. There's more to do there with the men. But in terms of who's doing a great job in advertising, it's actually the brands that are walking their talk across the business, right? So it's workplace, it's marketplace, and it's community. So we are fortunate enough in our membership to have 240 and growing really amazing organizations who don't just invest in their workforce to produce really progressive work and are intentional about the messages and portrayals in their ad content, but they're looking across their production teams, across their value supply chain. They're thinking about supporting their female cocoa bean farmers around the world, and their coffee bean farmers if they're Unilever and they make coffee, or they're Mars or Mondelez and they make chocolate bars. Where are all the touch points across their entire business model, enterprise-wide, where they can make a difference to the lives of women? But the other thing that I just find so exciting is when brands like, just to mention a few that you'll be familiar with, Unilever's Dove, right? You're probably aware of Dove Real Beauty, which is 20 years old now, and well, I barely remember when it first launched, but I was around when it launched, and that was a real game changer at the time, and there was backlash, right? And there were the naysayers, and now it's just embraced as the norm, and it's also a really legendary campaign. But Dove does amazing things around the world to support that entire theory of and that entire positioning of real beauty. So, for example, they still push and lead legislative change here in the US on the Crown Act, which we know is state by state being adopted so that black men and women can go to work or school with their natural hair and they're not discriminated against. Dove has also, in fact, all of Unilever has removed the category of normal on all of their hair care products, because what is normal and to whom? So that in itself, another example of walking the talk. In India, they have pushed for this campaign that's called Stop the Beauty Test, which is like this beauty scorecard that young women are subjected to kind of rate their attractiveness for marriage. And so they've worked with government and civil society to put an end to that practice. In Thailand, there's this practice of forced haircuts to punish girls who are not submissive and quiet and demure. They force them into having a haircut. I mean, what the hell? And so Dove, because they're so established in this space, they're an enormously influential, lucrative brand. They have pushed for a space at the table. They've worked with the Ministry of Education, who have now banned these forced haircuts at schools in Thailand. So that's the kind of, extension of this mandate that's so incredibly powerful.
Well, and as a global brand and working for a global organization, the challenges are different, right? So them being able to tailor their efforts and making sure that they're making a difference community by community and country by country. So I think those are great examples. I wish we'll continue to talk about more of those great examples. So I want to ask you a question because, we're here celebrating Women's History Month, right? So in the month of March, and I'm happy that there's a month dedicated to this. But how do we extend some of these efforts all year long so that we make sure this is a focus? I mean, you're in a position where you need to be focused on it every day. But what would you tell our audience here and on our live stream what we can do beyond the month of March to make sure that this stays relevant every month of the year?
I was going to say there are 11 more months of the year, so it's always amusing, right? It's like Pride Month. It's like, and for the rest of the year, what are we supposed to do? So this is where authenticity comes back in, right? And consumers recognize when brands are being performative and they run their campaigns 1 month of the year. Yes, it's an important moment to draw attention. We get asked this all the time as UN Women about International Women's Day, and then obviously the whole month of March. It's when the media finally gives you some attention and shines a spotlight on these issues and these conversations. And it oftentimes in the private sector forces companies to have those conversations, or it basically leaves the stage open. So I do celebrate the intention of those dedicated months to at least, feed the conversation. But we've got to keep the conversation going. And as private sector organisations, you need to be thinking about, well, how do we implement this? Have the conversations, have the hackathons to talk about how can we make this workplace more diverse, more inclusive, more equitable? How can we refuel our ERGs so it's not just the same people being called upon all the time, but we're constantly giving people the opportunity to get involved and bring their voice to the table. So it's looking at how to implement those workplace policies and then looking at how to implement them in every part of the organisation, as I say, across your supply chains, etc. And it's baking those values into all parts of your content creation. So not just baked into the brief, but baked into the teams that produce it. Change comes from where the money comes from. So clients have to insist on, this is how we want our brand to show up. And then in our media buy, this is where we want it to show up. Next to these brands, on these platforms, not on these, because they don't share our values. And so that's something that's becoming super interesting. And then, of course, just when you get your head around all of that, the advent of generative AI comes in, which is just like, oh, well, so now these people aren't even real. So where does DEI match with that? How authentic is that? And this is where it's so interesting to watch the ad industry, but they're certainly not alone in this. They get all distracted by the shiny toy, put down their DEI values over here. Their audience hasn't forgotten. Their audience is looking at content and saying, well, I don't even know what to believe anymore, and what's more, I'm not sure who you are now as a brand. And so that's a real watch out from a business perspective, aside from the fact that we have to be able to enmesh that human intervention with our AI content and make sure that it still is representative and authentic, that it's a tool, not a weapon.
That's a great point. And, we've also heard a lot over the last 3 hours of sisterhood, power in numbers, women supporting women, and the impact that we have as a collective. But as we look out into the audience and, we look at everyone here as an individual and thinking about what we can do as individuals every day to make sure that we're supporting this, what advice would you give to everyone with us today in terms of what we can do as individuals to make sure that we continue to carry this forward?
Well, I'm going to put my UN Women hat on now and not so much on Stereotype Alliance. What you must do as individuals is vote. Seriously. I can't vote in this country, so do it for me. But seriously, do it for all the women who can't. Do it for all the people who can't or feel that they can't. But seriously, if I hear one more person say, well, I don't particularly like either of these personalities, so I'm just not going to vote. Apathy is complicity. And you are part of the problem if you don't use your power to vote. And if you don't like the personalities, look at the policies. Look at who has the policies that are best going to protect and preserve the rights of women. because after the fact, after November, it's going to be way too late to pull our pussy hats out of the wardrobe and parade in the streets again, right? It didn't work the last time. It's sure as hell going to achieve nothing this time, and we're going to say, what happened? So in terms of what you can do every day, between now and November, talk to your friends, your family, anyone who will listen, that they must use their power and the privilege of their vote. It's so incredibly important. 80% of the democratic world has an election this year. We've seen some really worrying trends the world over already with these ideological shifts towards conservatism. It's undone so much good already. It will affect us all. Grounds that we thought we'd gained and never had to revisit again, we've already seen unraveling here in the States, right? And what happens here, we know, is watched and reflected and has a seismic ripple effect around the world. So use your power to vote.
I think that's a great point, and I guess we're getting close on time here, and we could go on for hours, I'm sure. And I think we also heard a lot about education and making sure that you're doing your research, you're doing your homework. So I think in terms of using your voice, that also builds into it, that we should know the products and services we sell. We should know the individuals that we're going to go out and vote for in November. So I think there's that power of education and all of us doing our homework, which I think is something for the younger generation in total. It's not a female issue there. But as we come to a close here, I want to ask you for the three things that you want this audience to take away. What are the three things, if I could ask you that you want us to walk away with today?
I think that a large part of the work that the Unstereotype Alliance does is thinking about those positive portrayals, treating each other with, and the stories we tell, with dignity and respect that in turn empower all people. That's something that, we're all content creators now, and I freak out the ad agency networks by saying, look, in a few years it's not going to be you guys making the content, it's going to be young people with a voice and influences on their phones, and we're already seeing that, right? And it's really difficult and scary for brands to control that narrative. But that's you. That's you creating that content. It's you creating those conversations. And so we really need to think about the power of our voice and our words and how we treat each other. And only then, and you must insist on that from the brands that you invest in as consumers. And for those working on the brand side, we've talked about the fact that it makes good business sense and it's the right thing to do. We know that consumers will shift their investment and their spend to brands that reflect their values. We know that emerging generations of employees want to work for organisations that share their values. And if you don't, they'll move on. So, and these are the questions that are being asked at interview stage, and rightly so. That's something else I'd suggest you do. Ask those hard questions of the brands and the organisations when you're looking to join them. If they don't have an answer prepared, they're not the workplace for you. And vote. Those are the three things.
Great. Well, now you can see why BMW of North America selected Sarah Denby as our honoree. So it's been a great pleasure to be with you here this afternoon. I want to thank you for everything that you're doing in the space. We admire you. I highly respect you, and it's been a great pleasure to be with you here on stage. And I just want to say thank you all for your time and attention today. And I also want to remind everybody, not in addition to following on the World Woman Fund, but also that this foundation is a nonprofit. So think about that. If you're feeling generous today, go to the website, make a donation, and make sure that programs and events like this will continue to march on. So thank you for your time.
Thank you all so much.
everyone. So, again, welcome back to the Queendom concert. If you are not, if you're not familiar with my face, I'm Ayati Dashkar, the co-founder of the Queendom concert and the Queendom Metaverse. And I want to say it with my heart that I'm really thankful to our proud partners, the Wayfarer Foundation, the World Women Foundation, for really making this possible. And because everyone is sharing a vulnerable story, I would like to share one myself. So today's theme is about power, right? And I think how I claimed my power was when I said, try, because one day I was threatened to be pushed out of a bus because I was different and I was not good enough for them. And I said, try to. And that's when I claimed my power and I put my boundary out there and I made sure that I was heard. And I think that is when I claimed my power. But moving on to the Queendom concert. But moving on to the Queendom concert, I just wanted to say that our next band is one of the most amazing bands I've ever met. It's called Slideshow. It's a kids pop punk band and recently chosen as among the top 5 artists in KCRW's Young Creators Project of 2024. So let's give a big round of applause to Slideshow.
Okay. Hi, we are Slideshow. Thank you so much for letting us perform here at the Queendom concert. We are all for female empowerment. This song specifically is about taking back your emotions and not letting somebody else, a man, control them. And this song is called By the Way. We hope you like it.
By the way,
Thank you so much for having us here again.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this beautiful evening at the Grammy Museum. And in celebration of International Women's Day and International Women's Month, let's get a round of applause for that. There cannot be any shortage of applause for all the incredible women that have shared their voice here today, and we are grateful for that. And thank you for joining us for this very special panel on expression. I will welcome to the stage Miss Heidi Rojas, musician, songwriter, and artist. Thank you, Heidi. I will also welcome to the stage Nilla Allin, multifaceted rap artist. Thank you, Nilla. Then we also have Miss Dayren Santa Maria, violinist and musician. Thank you, Dayren. And last but certainly not least, Miss Storm DeBarge, dancer, choreographer, and producer. Thank you all for being here, again, for this very special talk on expression. Without further ado, I'm going to kick things off with a question you may have heard before. For all the speakers, how would you define power, and what significance does it hold in your life and work?
Oh, my bad. Okay, well, I mean, in my line of work, of course, I'm a director, choreographer, and a producer, and I do a lot of videos and visuals. So I feel like bringing people together and having that influence on people, because it's not easy. And I think having that influence on people makes me feel good because I know what I'm doing, you know, so yeah.
I would say my definition is just making sure that I'm always aligned with my higher self. Especially as of recently, it's so easy to get wrapped up in social media, especially in my industry, because I'm an influencer, but I'm a rapper as well. So I get a lot of comments and everything like that. And a lot of times you just have to unplug and recognize, I know my purpose. I know why I'm here. Other people may not get it, but I get it. God gets it, and I'm only here to please myself. So I feel like the real true power is really aligning with who you are, loving yourself, appreciating yourself, and blocking out all the other noise.
Yeah, I agree too. And I think it's about that, about doing what you like the most, about being able to do what you like, what you please. In my area, I feel powerful when I play my music, the music that I like, my original music, and I dance and I express all of my emotions, and I feel good about doing what I like to do, and at home as well, and taking care of my family, taking care of my daughter and my mother as well. So I feel powerful that way too.
Hi, I'm an artist and songwriter. I wrote songs for other artists for quite a while, and now I'm releasing music for myself. And I would say, through a lot of therapy, a healing journey that has been never-ending, I'm sure, and motherhood. I became a mom. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, and at home, and motherhood completely changed me. As I watched someone come outside of my body that I created, I was like, I made eyeballs, I made all kinds of body parts, and and I was just like, I honestly just like, I came into my superpower. I realized I am a woman. I can do anything. And society, tells women that at a certain age, especially in the music industry, right, that that we're washed up, we're irrelevant, we don't have anything to say. And so what really stepping into my power means for me is actually just going completely against that and saying, actually, I have never felt more empowered. I've never felt more passionate that I have something to say. And so I'm writing empowerment songs and lullabies for kids and my inner child, and I'm sharing them as a 37-year-old toddler mom. When society and the music industry says that it was too late for me. And so I think how I feel empowered is by just rebelling against everything anyone's ever said and just doing what feels authentic and real to me. And the rest will, like you said, be taken care of by God, so.
Amazing. So in times of adversity, how would you harness how do you harness your inner strength and resilience during challenging moments? And what strategies do you employ to overcome such obstacles? I'll throw this question out.
I would say every time I'm faced with a challenge, I have to always remember that there's a bigger picture and there's something for me to learn. And I recognize that like everything is energy, frequency, and vibration. So the frequency of the problem is a different frequency than the solution. So if I'm stressed, if I'm anxious, if I'm letting the problem really get to me, then I'm never going to find a solution because, again, I have to align with my higher self to find the solution to the problem. And God talks, we just have to listen. So I got to remind myself to shut up sometimes and listen to God. And so there's a lot of times that I get stressed in my job, and I know when to put the work down and walk away because I'm not going to find the solution with just pushing, and, trying to make things fit and work out. I got to, give myself a break, put it down, relax. And once I'm feeling better, the situation starts to feel better. So I really prioritize how I feel. And I think it's easy to get so wrapped up in other things. And we prioritize everything else but how we're feeling in the moment. So I make sure to take a step back and really prioritize, okay, let me cater to Nilla, and then that could wait. I'll get back to it when the time is right.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I agree. And I also feel like whatever we're looking for, we're going to find it. And so I sometimes, I remember specifically, it was like a month into putting music out, and I asked my husband, I was like, what am I doing? This is insane. I'm crazy. Everyone thinks I'm crazy. And we were at dinner with my kids. They were running around. And there were literally 2 other tables because we eat so early because we have kids. We're at like 4:30. No one else is there. And this woman came over from the other table, and she was like, hey, I just want you to know I love your music, and I follow you. And I said, tell me more because I'm certain you think you have me confused for someone else. And she was like, no, I remember you. And I was sitting at dinner just asking for a sign, like, is this crazy? Should I keep doing this? And literally like 20 minutes later, this sign from the universe is telling me to keep going. And I can tell you so many other stories that have happened just like that. But it's not just because like good things happen because I'm looking for good things. I'm sure within there were bad things like comments and all kinds of things. But when I'm looking for positive, I'm sending out positive, and I'm asking for positive energy. The negative ones, I'm like, pow, pow, pow. And just because I'm focused and I'm like, oh, no. I'm looking for stuff that aligns with the positivity and the empowerment that I'm trying to put out. And so I think if we're looking for, community, we're going to find community. If we're looking for people who don't understand us, we're going to find people who don't understand us. And so it's just putting out the energy that we want to receive back from the world. And I really believe that the universe there's a lot going on, and there's a lot of negativity, but there's a lot of love. And so, and we deserve it. We all deserve it. So we can find it within ourselves, but we can also trust that there's goodness out there for us too.
Period. I like it. Okay, with me, I feel like in my line of work, it is different when I'm a dancer, but I've transitioned in being behind the camera instead of being in front of it. So I'm the person that's curating things. I'm coming up with ideas. So my head's all over the place. I'm around 1,000 people a week. So I have to figure out, like, okay, Storm, what are you going to do for you? Like, you're tired. People are calling your phone. You've made commitments to other people. Your brain doesn't stop creating. So once I figure out something to do, I'm like, ooh, camera guy, yep, I want to do this. Oh, my camera guy, yep, what are we doing? What are we doing today? Are we shooting today? And then I'm stressed out because I'm tired. Then I get home and I'm whooped, and I don't know what to do. And I'm just in bed like, oh, my God. I'm still sitting down. I'm laying down, but my mind's still racing. So I think it's important for us to take time for ourselves physically and spiritually because, God's always going to be there for us. So when you call out to him, he's going to bring back what he needs to bring back for you. But if you sit there and you just decide to keep overworking yourself, it's just you're going to literally draw yourself bad. Like, the body's going to end up quitting on you. And I just told somebody today, like, I am so tired and I feel like my body's about to quit on me right now. But I have, like, the biggest video to do on Sunday. So what am I going to do? I'm not going to answer anyone. Self-care. you know, facial care, looking good, feeling good, eating something I want to eat, my favorite drink, my favorite trip, like things like that. That's what helps me in those moments. But other than that, like I think everything that happens when you have problems or struggles with in your line of work, you're supposed to. You're supposed to go through those things so you know how to figure it out the next time.
That's right. Yeah. That's great. Every time that we go through a difficult situation, there's something to learn from there. And I have gone through so many, and all of us as artists, we have gone through so many of those bad experiences, weird experiences, and we just every one of them make us somehow stronger, somehow, and just thinking of giving up so many times, and at the end of that situation, of that issue, I come up stronger, and somehow it just happens. It keeps happening like that. And even during COVID, I was like, okay, what are we doing now? What is going to happen now? As musicians, many of us, I know the diversity of artists, not just musicians, but artists in general, is amazing. There are a small percentage of us who are very fortunate to have a lot of opportunities and doors opening up for them. And I'm like, okay, who's the person who's going to open a door for me? And for many of my friends that have had to move away to other cities because they were not able to make it here in Los Angeles, amazing musicians. And it doesn't happen for all of us. I mean, it doesn't happen at the same time either. But the amazing thing is that we just have to keep going and keep going. And during COVID, I was like, okay, what am I going to do now? Should I learn IT, take a degree on IT? And I did it. I did that, but at the same time, of course, I kept practicing my violin and doing my violin. I decided to be a violinist since I am 7 years old, so it's in me. I mean, I don't care what happens, what I have to do. I know that my passion is the violin, and I have it with me, and I can play anytime, any moment for me, for my family, and it gives me the same pleasure and satisfaction. But what am I going to do to be able to take care of my family? I have my mother and my daughter. That was before I got married, and I just got married 2 months ago. But before that, thank you. But before that, it was many years of just me trying to do things on my own, and it was very challenging and scary at times. But somehow, God, the universe, nature, Mother Nature, the sun, everyone just got together to say, this is what you have to do. IT is not your thing; it's music. So just stay on it. Yeah. So somehow. It's like that. And also, it's so important for us as women, as not just women, but every one of us have a community that we can rely on, not just our friends, not just our family, but a group of artists as us, like we're doing now, but not just do it once a month or once a year, but more often, like a phone number of one of the many organizations that are up here everywhere that, that's supposed to protect and support artists even more, and have a phone number so that we can call and so that they can really help. There are so many things that I think that could be so much easier if we have more creative people in power taking those decisions. I mean, there are so many organizations, and I'm like, okay, so we don't need just money like grants or things like that there's so many grants, for example, available, but there's just one given or two or three, and there's so many of us that need help. And I think that there are things that we can do if you're an artist. Okay, so we're going to create these for you. Organizations can create environments for us to do what we have to do and then get rewarded and then take care of our families and be happy. I think we can do so much more because this country, I think, has the financial power to do that. Because he has a financial power to do many other things. So he has a financial power to take care of the artists. Because in general, we are all inspired by it. We are all inspired for music, for shows, serious dance. Everything inspires us. So when I want to unwind, I just put one of my favorite series, and I'm like, okay, I'm good now. So I can keep taking care of everything that I have to take care of. And I have many friends that they need this song that makes them feel good to be able to move on, and we are all like that. We listen to Ella Fitzgerald, and those beautiful artists that are gone now, they went through a lot. So I think it's time for the government, for powerful organizations to take care of us too, because we need that. We need that a lot.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. So I'm going to turn it over to Storm, and we're going to dive into how you use your power through expressing your power through dance and movement.
Okay, I feel like there's like a trickle effect. So at first, I was dancing, I was young, blah, 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 found love for it, and then I realized I could start making money around like 21, 22. I'm 27 now. So like 20, 21, I was like, okay, I have the power to do this. Like, people love to watch me. I'm going to parties so people can record me. Like, I was purposely getting cute and going out every weekend and dancing to every song so people can be like, oh my gosh, like, look at her. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to record something that you like when you see it, and then they tag you, and then that person clicks on the tag, and then they follow you, and they're like, oh, wait, you're going to be at this party next time? Like, oh, I liked her energy. I want to dance with her.
About you.
You know,
Yep,
exactly.
that's how I found
So,
out, yeah.
boom, that happened. Then I decided, like, okay, cool. I actually like to make videos with my best friend. So that's who's my videographer now. His name's Cooley. Shout out to you. He was like, hey, I have camera now. I want to do this professionally. What's up? I was like, pull up. Let's get the video going. So once I started posting and I started realizing that I was going viral and people were tapping in and people were following, they're like, oh my God, I watched this today. You made my day. Or, oh my God, I used to dance and now when I see you, now I want to dance now. So I'm like, okay, so what can I do that's better than this time? So every time I'm like, I can top the video every time. So now I'm realizing I like to direct. So which came down to me choreographing Dr. J. Seawalk in the Super Bowl, which is crazy because I had the thank you. Which is crazy because the word power again. You know what I'm saying? I had the power to do that because I made a visual that was called Family Function that I just had like LA artists come, my friends come that I grew up with, and I just created a visual of dance and comedic added to it. So I just like a lot of things that my friends do. If they want to act, they produce, they rap, they're a part of this video. And it just makes you feel like you're in the backyard with all your family having fun and dancing. So when I did that, it went viral and someone seen it. But I had the power to have people come out and make it a big thing because I have like over 40, 50 people there. So I'm reaching out to people like, hey, can you come out? This is what I believe in. You know what I'm saying? This is the vision I have. Do you believe in it as well? And they're like, yeah, I'm down. Let's pull up. So now I have like 13 of them. I went to New York. I drove to the Bay. Pulling out everybody and all these dance, all these different forms of life. And it's just beautiful to see that people will pop up for me because they believe in me, So that literally just happened on Sunday. I had over 100 people in one building just because me and my manager sat down and was just like, I was like, hey, this is what I want to do. And I can do it because I know people are going to pull up for me because they believe in me. So now I have that. Then I also have like my style of recording that I do. So when I wake up, I see people that are trying to shoot like me. Like I'm like, okay, I see you. Like you stole my whole swag, low key. Like it's cool, but it's fine because that's what happens. I'm here for the younger generation. I'm here for the young ladies that are in South Central LA. I'm here for the inner city community. So that's what I'm here for, and that's what I want. Like we want 100 mini me's. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of what it is. It's always having to pull people together for videos and visuals and people that pull up. Like I have my friends that come to my events and things like that. So it just it's power. And I love it, and being a leader as well is something that I've always had in me since I was young. So having that title is amazing, but also teaching other young ladies how to be leader as well is like my number one thing. So yeah.
All right, my next question goes out to Nilla. And as a multifaceted rap artist, how do you use your platform to express messages of empowerment and resilience?
So I say that in my field, there's a lot of chasing validation from other, whether it be from labels, corporations, and really with my brand, with my platform, I kind of make it known that like I don't ask for my flowers, or nor do I need anybody else to give me flowers because I've given them to myself a long time ago. So honestly, everything I do is out of pure enjoyment. It's not for recognition. It's not to be rewarded. It's not to be plastered up in front of millions of people. I've been able to, I'm an international rap artist, so they're in Bahamas streaming my music. They're in Japan. They're in South Africa, and a lot of people still don't know about me because I don't have that major label push. But that's not my why, and that's not the focus. Like I've traveled the world and had oh my God, I have so much fun. Like, I'm having so much fun just living life and being creative, making music, and, you know, sustaining myself. It's funny because 2 years ago, I left my corporate job. I used to be an engineer. So yeah, I was in the lab. And now I'm here introducing myself as a multifaceted rap artist.
Yes.
So, you know, I really had to believe in myself, and trust my body and my intuition and my guidance system. I really believe that we were all gifted with emotions that serve as our own guidance system. And when I feel negative emotion in a place or in a institution or in a room, you know, I feel like that's my cue. Like, you know, that's myself telling me, like, okay, it's time to bounce. It's time to head out because we got other plans for you. You know, it's like, that's like my higher self, or like God, kind of like God telling me, like, okay, this is the situation for right now, but you're not gonna be in this lab forever because we got bigger goals and bigger dreams.
All right, Heidi, as a songwriter and artist, can you share how your creative process allows you to tap into the power of expression to convey meaningful narratives?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, I moved out to LA at 24, and I wanted to be the Latina Lauryn Hill. I'm just like, the Miseducation of Lauryn Hill is like the best album because it's not just amazing music, it's spiritual, it's healing. And so it made me believe in myself, and I moved out here. I knew 2 people, and but I hadn't really gotten to know myself very well. So I was writing songs about love, but I'd never really been in love before. Songs about heartbreak, and I had kind of experienced like a college heartbreak, but it wasn't like catastrophic, you know, anything like what Taylor Swift writes about. So I was just like trying to kind of like, you know, trying to like borrow experiences. And so I ended up writing for other artists, with other artists, and that kind of helped me to not really have to unpack anything for myself. And so I was writing through other people and pulling from their amazing adventures. But then, like I said, I became a mom at 32, and it really challenged me and focused me to become the best version of myself, just trying to seek out, you know, just healing just from childhood, from just everything. And so then I started writing these songs about reconnecting with my roots as a first-generation Latina, and about motherhood, and about being a woman in industries that really don't support the voice of a woman. And these are not topics that you hear in the top 40 all the time. And so, but I just felt like if I shared them, maybe they would resonate with other people. Maybe it's like, you know, some of the comments I get are like, oh, millennial core, which I had to Google what core means when you put it after a word. But I was like, okay, I get it. Some people say it's cringe, and I get that too, but my music isn't for everyone. It's for people who resonate with it, who understand and hear my heart, and who, you know, want mantras in the background when they cook dinner with their kids there, or, you know, for women who are like, should I leave my corporate job, or the lab, and like, you know, and are just having these thoughts and dreams that seem delusional, but then they're like, I'm meant for more, I'm gonna go do it. And so I literally just put songs together that are just mantras and empowerment lyrics that I needed to hear when I was like nursing and caring for a 1-year-old during a pandemic, and feeling like, is this it for me? Where did my creativity go? Where did I go when I'm not sleeping and I'm exhausted? And I was like, you know, and so I came back to myself and I said, I'm not done. I think I'm just getting started. And so I created all of the rules. I don't go to music industry events because I don't need these men to validate what I'm doing as an artist or as a songwriter now. I don't worry that people don't resonate with the music because I know how specific it is, and I know that it's not for everyone, and I'm okay with that because my people pleaser is dead. She's dead. You know, she's left the building, and so I can stand in my authenticity and say my music is if it's not for you, that's okay. And that in and of itself is so empowering, and it makes me feel like I can express anything. And I feel like I will find people who resonate with it, because it's not this like, it is my experience, but it's not this like unique, I'm living on my own planet perspective. I think we've all experienced, if it's not mom guilt, it's something else guilt. It's shame of some other kind. It's, perfectionism, or setting boundaries. I mean, I've written songs about literally everything that I've ever been through at this point. And I just feel like please do. And I just feel like if I'm expressing from my heart, and if you feel it, fantastic. If not, I hope you find music that does, because I truly believe that what's no knocking the top 40 or reggaeton or any of the music that I love. Like, I truly love all of that music. How it's just a lot of what they sing about as a woman about to be 40 in a couple years just doesn't resonate with me anymore. I'm in a happy marriage. I'm, it just, so I don't have trust issues. I don't, I'm not gonna leave him for the guy at the bar. Like, I'm happy. And so I just wanted music that, resonates with me, that I can play with my kids. And, so the art of expression is just like playing by your own rules, because I truly feel like it's so much more fun to just like be in your own lane and do your own thing with like the blasting your headphones and resonating with a few people who just like get you to your core and will literally just like ride or die with you, than kind of being like somewhere over here and blending in and being, just like one of 100 flavors that are just like it. Like, I read something, or somebody said something. It was a lyric like an hour ago that was like, it's Justin Timberlake lyric. It's like, if I don't wake up, and if I don't die, wake up and get to heaven, I'm not in heaven. It'll be one hell of a ride. And I was like, that's what I want to do. Like, I just want to, if I don't like get the accolades and the flowers, like you said, like, I just want it to be a hell of a ride, because I did it my way and I did my thing, So.
All right. I don't know. It's yes, mic drop.
Thank you, Justin.
All right. So, Dayren, as a violinist and musician, how do you infuse emotion and passion into your music to convey powerful messages?
I think the most powerful message is unity, connectiveness, that we are all connected. And my first job in Cuba, I was born in Cuba. My first job was playing in the symphony orchestra, the National Symphony Orchestra. And I was there for 4 years. And every time that we would play a beautiful melody, I was feeling that, like, my whole body was feeling that when we were playing a waltz. I was like dancing, and then the director came to me and said, "Dayren, are you going to dance, or you're part of the orchestra?" And I was like, "No, I am part of the orchestra." But I always was moved by the music, and I couldn't stay still just playing like that. I had to move. And the other thing that it was a little bit uncomfortable for me was that I wasn't able to interpret my own music when I was in the symphony orchestra. So we are, as musicians from an orchestra, part of the orchestra, we are interpreting the music that the director is, he's leading us to whatever emotion he's feeling, and we have to follow that. And I was like, no, I don't want these. So again, I'm from Cuba, and I was enjoying all of the Afro-Cuban rhythms, and that's where I was dancing when I was going home. And I came to the United States in 2002. I started a new life here, and I started improvising on the violin and playing with Latin musics and listening to Ella Fitzgerald, Nat King Cole, and my passion always has been, since I was playing before in the symphony orchestra, the beautiful melodies. Those beautiful melodies, Ella Fitzgerald, Nat King Cole, oh my goodness, I can stay the whole day listening to those beautiful melodies. And also the rhythm is another thing that I love. So I was like, I'm doing my own music, I'm doing these. And then, of course, I have some covers too, but I enjoy very much mixing everything, different cultures in my music. and delivering that my own way with my own interpretation. I'm sorry about my English. It's like it mixes up with the Spanish sometimes. So thank you. So and then uniting all of that together and combining all of that in the beautiful mixture, and just giving that to the audience so that they can understand somehow in their own way, mystical way, that we are all one, in so many different ways. We're all connected. So that's what I do through the music: connect different cultures, different people, different genres, everyone together, and then dance with all of that. And actually, I have a show coming up too this Sunday. So if you're not going to your show, please come to or we'll go to mine and to yours, whatever. So that's what we do when we perform live, like all of that, giving all of that so we can inspire. That's what we do, inspiration. That's what we do, inspire. Yeah.
All right. So thank you for everyone sharing your voice so far. This has been an amazing insights into life and expression. We're going to dive a little bit deeper, and feel free to answer whoever wants to jump into this this next sort of question section. So how do you perceive the role of power as a catalyst of transformation and progress, both on an individual level and within broader societal contexts? Opening the floor.
I think it was.
Yeah. So again, how do you perceive? Yeah.
I'll wait on the third one, baby.
All right.
Oh wait, can you read it one more time?
Yeah. How do you perceive the role of power as a catalyst for transformation and progress, both on an individual level and within broader societal contexts?
I think power is absolutely the catalyst, more so recognizing your power, I would say, for on an individual scope for me, because once you do recognize your power, then you are able to change and transform, and get the outcome that you're looking for, because a lot of times we're looking for the different outcome, but we're the same individual. So when when you're the same person, you're going to get the same results. So definitely comes with recognizing your power. And then as far as on a societal level, recognizing the power in others, and connecting with people who also recognize their power, that now you can align with. And I think that a lot of times right off the bat, we see the negative in others rather than seeing the positive or looking for the positive. And in every situation, it's like we're going against something. Like I'm like, every time I go on social media, it's a war against something. Someone's always fighting against something. And I wish there was more of, instead of fighting, more so advocating for what you do want, because there's a lot of platforms out there, and it's always, okay, well, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, but let's show people what's right. Let's highlight what is right. Let's highlight what is positive. Let's highlight who is doing good things. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I think that yes, beautiful. I'm like,
No, go ahead.
I think that for transformation and progress too, we need more creative minds in powerful positions, guiding our society, but more people that are creative, that really can sense, because, in my head, things can be so easy. Why do we complicate things so much? So it's just like, we need more people in powerful positions that are more creative, that can see more avenues, it would be so simple. Right?
And bouncing off of that, yes, I'm going to say more good people in power, because it's easy to, there's a lot of people who are blindsided by the greed and the money and the fame and the this and the that. But if we have more intentional, creative beings, good people, and it exists. There are, we need more. We need more. We need more, absolutely.
I think we need more that's willing to step up to the forefront and not being scared.
Yeah.
Or doing it and then kind of like, it's like throwing your hand and hiding it, throwing a rock and hiding it, kind of type of thing. So there's a lot of people like that as well. And just to touch on back, like having other powerful people with you, I think is important. The team that you have and the team that you surround yourself with, even if it's like personal or if when it comes to your craft and your job, because you don't want to look up and be the only one doing something or the only one that's trying to work for the future or work for the youth or whatever the case may be. You want to have the people that are there with you that wake up like, okay, I actually have a 7th-month plan. I actually know what we're going to do for the next year. And, you know, so also having the women that I'm with all the time, they're called the council. I always say this. I'm like, it's such a refreshing feeling to have 5 other women in my life that are on the same, like, level as me. Like, I can wake up and be like, hey, y'all, I just booked so-and-so. And the other one's like, hey, I'm actually on Usher's residency. The other one's like, well, I'm on Beyonce's tour right now. The other one's like, well, I'm doing a residency. And the other one's doing a commercial. And we're all just lit, but we haven't seen each other in like 7 months. But I know that everyone's doing their job, you know? So that's a beautiful feeling. And it also makes me want to wake up and do more. So it's definitely important to have other power people with you.
What proactive steps do you take to assert your power and agency, particularly in environments where your voice may be marginalized or overlooked?
I always think that we are being boxed in, especially women, and I think that's in every lane. Yeah, I don't think there's no one that I've never met anyone that's like, yeah, I think it's every lane, because they always think that we don't know better or we don't know more or like we have not been here before or like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so I just get confused sometimes. So I think it's smart to go in a respectful way, making sure that you're standing 10 toes down and you are that leader and you are that person. Like, no, this is what I do. This is how I'm coming, and you can't really tell me no because I'm doing it already. So I'm already in the room. I'm in the room with you, actually. Okay. We're here together. And I'm looking at you, looking at me like, yeah. So, yeah.
Yep. Bouncing off of that, I will also say, I'm like, because the last time I felt unheard was at my corporate job. So the proactive steps that I took, I proactively stepped away. Okay, and I've been in a better position ever since. I feel like, you know, kind of same with you. I don't make it out to a lot of the music industry events or networking parties or whatever because I feel like that would be putting myself in a situation where I would have to quote unquote assert. But I don't need to assert. I really don't even need to be there. Especially with social media. I mean, the world is changing. We got social media now. Baby, I'm heard. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's for proactive steps, it's like I think it takes a level of when I look back at versions of myself that moved to LA when she was 24, that went to I did so many crazy things, and I look back, even just putting my music up on social media, and I'm like, what was she thinking? She's crazy. And it's just like past versions of myself, and I try to keep that level of delusion, and I hold tight to it, and I think that to resonate with what you guys, or to agree with what you all said, is that the people that I surround myself with are critical, because going out there and deciding to step outside of your comfort zone and do something for yourself that just feel in your soul that if you don't do it, you won't be the best ancestor to the people that you leave behind. You'll just like completely miss the mark. You just feel like that you have to do this is incredibly, it's scary, and it's really brave. And it comes with consequences if you don't have a community, even when you do, but if you don't have a community to fall back on, people to support you, to say, like, what you said really resonated about, like, finding women who are also doing amazing things and who are not threatened by you, but who are like, yeah, she's on Beyonce, and yeah, she's on. And honestly, I started putting my music out a little over a year ago, and my friendships, even through the pandemic, as I was becoming a mom and really kind of challenging the conversations that I wanted to be in, because I didn't want to chisme, I didn't want to gossip, I didn't want to, like, I started really being like, wait, I'm raising a young woman, you know, she was a baby, but she's going to grow up to be in circles where women are talking about each other, and I want her to praise other women. I want her to speak highly, and so I have to be someone who does that. So my circles, my friendships, everything shifted, everything changed, and so you have to be prepared to really, and I think those are the steps, right? The proactive steps. Like, it's just to be prepared to really to have this affect your whole lifestyle, your whole life, right? Because you have to make room for people who align with the delusion, the crazy ideas that you have that you're just going to go for, you know, and to support you. Because if they're like, she's not going to do it, look, watch her fall on her face. Like, that energy is just so toxic and so unnecessary to have around you. And whether you believe it or you take it in or you don't, you know, it's there, and you need to sweep it and just clean it and just bring in people who are really supportive and are going to make you think. Like, I mean, I told a friend of mine, and I have this lullaby that I wrote that went massively viral, like over 7 million views. It's been translated in tons of different languages. I want to make a children's book. I want it in like the national education system. Like, I want kids to learn about it in school. And my friend was like, that's not big enough. And she started coming up with all these other different ideas. And I was like, these are the friendships that I always craved. But it took believing in myself to attract them. And so, yeah, that's just the proactive steps. They're heavy, they're intense. They change a lot about your life, but they're so critical and so worth it.
And also, one more thing, yes. And also one more thing, if we are ever overlooked, it doesn't matter. There's no other way than keep moving forward and keep doing what we are here to do as an artist. So.
All right, so we've entered our closing fill-in-the-blank question. And so please help me finish this sentence and what speaks to you. I will turn it over to Storm first.
Fill in the blank.
Yeah. Power can be used as a tool for
inspiring others.
We're going to go this way.
Success.
I want to say deliberate creation.
Healing.
Okay, and one last fill-in-the-blank question. This time we'll go this way. Why not? Each speaker completes this statement. I am claiming my power by
healing.
Doing what I want to do.
By the grace of God and the universe.
Dang, say it again. I'm like, y'all was finna, okay.
I'm claiming my power by
I think this one's kind of personal, but crossing industry dance and street dance together. Yes.
Thank you all so much for sharing your voice today and for having us on this important panel on expression. It's been a pleasure moderating, and please do support World Women Fund if you are not following them on Instagram, and use the hashtag PowerHer to claim your power and share your stories and stay connected with us. And without further ado, this is the power of expression. Mic drop.
Shout out to our count.
Zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom,
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
I go zoom, 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 zoom. You can see my neck, all these diamonds and respect. Yeah, I go zoom, 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 zoom.
Nice ride.
It's the real deal.
It's the real deal.
Yeah. Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy your coffee. Careful, it's hot.
Thanks.
Your dog's so cute.
Yeah.
Ooh, so adorable. Wow.
Right.
There's only one Christopher Walken and only one ultimate driving machine. The rest are just imitations.
Come on.
Saying hi again. If you, hello. So today I will be performing a spoken word that I wrote for girls to know that why you should ask the world. How dare you stereotype me? How dare you misrepresent me? So here it is. Girls are not asking for power. We are powerful. We are not asking you to free us out of these boxes. We are out of the box, and we're thinking out of the box. We are asking for representation in places we need to be in. We are not the ones raising our hands and telling you the problems we face. We are capable of fixing these problems. My power is under-recognized. My power is described as a privilege. My power is underestimated, and my power is never a mere statement. My position in the game of chess is a pawn. My story, they say, is meant to be faded, and my power on social media as a Gen Z, they say, is overrated. Expectation. When I walk into a room, I need to be over-decorated. How dare you? When I am at a table, I'm overlooked. How dare you? When I am at a playground, I'm overshadowed. How dare you? When I am at work, I'm overburdened. How dare you? And when I am at home, I'm overprotected. How dare you? Because everyone thinks that girls can't use their power. But let us not stereotype girls. They are the evidence of change. Their power is the evidence of change. So let us not stereotype girls. I claim my power, and welcome to World Women Hour. And I want to thank our World Women heroes, Miss Sarah Denby and Miss Madeline Donano, for telling the world and asking the world, actually, how dare you stereotype our girls and misrepresent them, and being fierce advocates for our future, for realizing that our future is valuable and our voices matter. Thank you so much. And let's give a big standing ovation for both of them. Please.
Investing your time and spending your working day with us. I hope you have enjoyed. I hope you have made connections, and I hope you have felt inspired. So again, the most important part of International Women's History Month is celebrating women heroes around the world. And every year we celebrate 60 women, powerful women, for doing incredible work around the world. And this year it is our honor to celebrate Madeleine Dinono as the World Women Hero for her relentless dedication in fostering inclusive media and entertainment portrayal across family entertainment, and also fighting biasness in family entertainment. Madeleine amplifies women's voices and advocates for gender equality on international stages, and shapes a more equal future for future generation. It is our honor and privilege to have Madeleine Dinono as the World Women Hero. But to present this award, I would like to invite Sydney Cohen, one of the fierce advocate for women behind the scenes and a force of change, to present this award. So since we have two powerful women with us, Mandolin, maybe we would like to have first some remarks from you before we get into the fire chat conversation.
Oh, sure. Well, first of all, I want to say I'm so thrilled that Rupa has started Women World Hour and all that she's doing around the world to empower women and girls. So I think we should give her a big round of applause. It's really about collective impact, and you know, I have the privilege of serving as the president and CEO of the Institute, and you know, what we found is it takes all of us together to really make systemic change. So it's we're just doing our part, but it's all of us coming together. So thank you very much.
We had all these questions written, but I'm going to just put them on the floor and we're going to just speak naturally. We're going to have a chat. So everybody, I'm so honored to sit here and be speaking to Madeline. And I have so many questions for you because your career is so varied. I mean, you went from a publicist, you're in charge of consumer goods, and then you went all the way to launch your own channel and then running the Gina Davis Media Group.
No, they can't.
Can you guys hear?
No.
So, Madeline, why don't we start like one thing at a time, because I just inundated you. So, you started as a publicist with ABC. Can you?
Actually, I started working at ABC when I was 17 as an intern. And I have the privilege of being the first person in my family to go to college. My parents, you know, my family descends from Italy, Italian-American. Neither of my parents had a chance to go to a four-year college. They went to professional and vocational. And so with that, we didn't really have a lot of contacts. And I was really worried about getting a job after college. So I was really lucky. One of our family friends, my Uncle Frankie, loved dating powerful women. He would have loved dating you. But anyway, so he always had the most powerful girlfriends, and one of them was one of three assistants working for the legendary Rune Arledge, who at the time pioneered ABC Sports and what ABC News is actually today. Anyway, so I started doing internships, and I knew that by the time I graduated, I would be able to get a full-time job. So I wasn't a publicist, but I was able to land a junior position in network publicity, and that's how the whole thing got started.
That's amazing. And by the way, good thing for everybody to learn here. It's you just pay your dues. I mean, the things that we all did coming up in our fields, you know, we all started as interns and assistants and climbed our way up. So hats off to you. And then you went to Universal, I believe.
No, that came after. So at that time, back in the day, there weren't a lot of junior management positions. And I know we were talking about failures and setbacks and challenges. And so my initial goal was to be like one of the first female VPs of Wild World of Sports at ABC. Right. And at that time, that road just wasn't going to happen for me because you had to, and you would know this from production, you had to just travel, be a PA, sleep on the floor, pay for your own way, and that was not going to happen. I had to pay the rent. So with that, there wasn't a lot of moves that I could make at that time. And Frankie's other girlfriend, my Uncle Frankie really came in handy, was dating a woman who was a senior executive at Lancome Cosmetics.
Wow.
So that was my next job, and I moved
That would
up
be my dream.
into a coordinator position, and that was my foray into marketing. And then from then, I was able to take it. I was good. Frankie had enough girlfriends, and I was able to make my way on my own and got into more on the agency side and yada, yada, yada. So all that said, I reached a point where I thought, I really want to go back into entertainment. What do I do? And that ultimately led to the Universal thing. But it was I'd say the first time that I had kind of a, not a pivot, but kind of like a moment to rewire.
Wow. That's amazing. I love hearing stories of how people came up. And then you went ahead and launched your own channel. I can honestly say I haven't been around many people that launched a network. And so tell us about that.
Well, I certainly didn't do this, and I wasn't the leader in it, but I had worked with a phenomenal woman by the name of Susan Frank. She had been an executive at McDonald's, and we worked together when I was at Universal on Jurassic Park. This is going back to the 90s, the first release. And she had been recruited by another legendary woman, Margaret Lesh, who started kids programming for Fox and many, many others. And they both decided to launch the Hallmark Channel. And so they recruited me from Universal to work with them to launch the channel. So I was humbly privileged to be part of a management team to launch that channel. So that's how that happened.
Yeah, that's I have to say that's amazing. And then you got into public speaking. So I'm sure everybody here wants to know a little bit more about public speaking. And by the way, you and I have both been able to speak at our illustrious government. I got a chance to speak in front of Congress for copyright infringement, and I know you speak at the State Department and the United Nations, which, that alone is incredible. So I'd love to know all about that.
Well, I think it's important to, I think public speaking is important, but it really started out from just childhood, being in performance and being, a thespian and being in band and, all of that. So I'm a talker, as you could tell. It's easy for me to talk. So that was just a natural extension of either representing what you were marketing or what you were pitching or what you were selling. And that just extended quite organically into, public speaking. But it was always grounded in what I was doing at the time. Funny story, so my dear, dear friend, Sarah Denby from UN Women is here, is when I first joined Gina, and she said, well, what do you want? And I said, what do you want? She said, well, I want world domination. So I had a dear friend who was working with the UN, and we were able to secure Gina a closing keynote for the Economic Council, they call it ECOSOC conference, where former President Bill Clinton had spoken the year before. And I said, well, you wanted world domination, let's just go to the UN. And that's how eventually our partnership with UN Women also began, which is very, very strong. I think, Sarah, it's like 17, I don't know, it's a long time, 17 years or something, 10 years plus. So, so it's been great.
Public speaking is amazing, and hats off to anybody who raises their voice just to be heard, especially for everything going on in the world right now. So now you're at the Gina Davis Company. First of all, what is it like to have a powerhouse like Gina behind you? Do you think it opens doors? Does it help? Does it allow you to get your voice out there more?
So there can be good news and bad news when you have a celebrity front an organization. And one of the things that was very important to me in meeting Gina is to make sure that she was the real deal, and she is the real deal. What you see is what you get. She has the highest intellect, the highest integrity, rolls up the sleeves. She will do anything that we ask of her. Because lots of times people don't know if the celebrity is fronting a charity because they have to clean up their name or there's just something. And then, you know, people will say, oh, was she involved? I'm like, yeah, she just texted me like 2 minutes ago. So she's very, very involved, very active, and does the work, really does the work. So that's really important, especially if you're going to put your reputation out there. You want to know your actor's going to show up on set, the second AD, everybody that you've hired on your team is going to, you know, support you. It's the same thing for us. And she is just a dream come true. One of the best people I've ever worked with.
It's amazing. So I know that you guys are paving the way for gender equality. What do you think, how do you guys do that in your company?
So there's a lot of people tackling the issue. You have my other friend, Rachel Lowenstein, who is here. You have Sarah Denby, who's here. Even my friend, Mary Susan Trout, who I didn't even realize was here. Everybody's tackling it from their end. Our lane is really specific, and it comes down to what Gina realized. As a highly accomplished actor, when she started watching preschool programming with her daughter, who was a toddler, she was shocked that she just didn't see a lot of female presence in the world of make-believe. And that sparked her to take, you know, action. And so we focus on who is showing up and how are they showing up in content. We've always had an eye on what kids and families are seeing, because think about it. All of us, we have so much unconscious bias, but children don't. And we know that by the time children are 6, their identities are formed, how they think about the world is formed. And so we thought, well, if we can create a media landscape that is kind of bereft as much as possible of unconscious bias, of harmful stereotypes, then perhaps these children, boys, girls, non-binary, whoever is consuming this content can grow up in a world where if they walked into a room and it wasn't 50% female and diverse and inclusive, they would think there's something wrong. And then maybe that would help inform their business decisions on who they hire. And so we've always focused on content, and we've expanded our verticals. So we started out in global TV and film, and then in about 2015, we moved into global advertising. And then most recently, over the past 5 years, we've moved into gaming.
Wow. Can you just tell us about one of the gaming?
Yeah, it was very interesting. One of our funders, donors, the Oak Foundation, which is based out of Geneva, was really interested about the power of gaming. And look, 4 billion people are gamers. Everybody's a gamer. And it's the fastest growing and largest segment of media and entertainment in the world. And so they were interested in looking at kind of toxic masculinities, which is something Sarah had talked about before. And so we looked at the Twitch as a platform, and it had nothing to do with Twitch. It was just a platform. We looked at the top streamers. We looked at what they were playing, and we looked at the comments in the chat. And essentially, as you can imagine, 99, I think almost 100% of those top streamers were white, heterosexual, or cis male. There was a lot of comments in the chat in terms of kind of toxic comments about bullying, homophobia, etc. Not really a comfortable place, for women and girls. But on the flip side, when you think about gaming as a platform, it is one of the best and most engaging platforms for men and boys to engage and to express themselves and to kind of reveal, their thoughts. So that's why the study was aptly called the double-edged sword, of gaming. And as a result of that, we were approached by a number of AAA game companies to start kind of consulting and helping them with their, diversity, equity, inclusion journey. And then this past October, we conducted a paper where we kind of filled in the blanks and looked at every single article written about inclusive game design, character design. So we took everybody's research, mushed it all into one paper, And now we're getting to release, probably hopefully in June, a free website that will have, it's one-stop shopping for diversity, equity, inclusion in gaming for game developers, that they can just find out something in one spot. And it's a free online resource. So we're hopefully going to launch that in June. And yeah, and in order to do that, we formed this global advisory of all the AAA game companies together. So we're really excited about that initiative.
That's really fabulous. A movie that was groundbreaking, as I'm sure for every woman in this room, was Wonder Woman. It literally changed everybody's concept of what a superhero had to be. I love to say that no longer did Superman need to save the day, because Wonder Woman is here. And I think as a female, if I ever had to say a movie that I wish I had been a part of or done, it would have been Wonder Woman. Can you tell me what kind of movies or TV shows skewing to that gender, non-bias, I'll say, that you guys might be developing that we can know about, if we're allowed to know about anything?
Well, we don't really produce content, but we work with people like you to influence you to use a kind of an intersectional lens in looking at your next script and who you're hiring behind the camera. And so, we think there's been some wonderful movies like Wonder Woman and The Marvels and Wakanda Forever, and and the proof of the pudding's in the eating. And we know globally that audiences want to see themselves on screen. And movies that make the most money at the box office are the ones that are the most inclusive. So even though we're talking about a social imperative, there is a business imperative. Same thing in television. And also in advertising, you will sell more stuff if your appropriately made commercial is placed next to an appropriately placed, television show. You will sell more stuff. Consumers will reward you. And particularly, we were talking a lot about younger consumers. They are hip. They will know whether you're kind of sincere in terms of inclusivity and your, social justice efforts.
I mean, it is amazing to see for the first time that Marvel and DC movies, which is just another, yet another superhero or somebody killing about 5,000 other males on screen. We've seen it, we've done it, it's not working anymore. And, for me, it's about time. I'd like to see a little bit difference in films that are being made now. Our next film that we are in post in has Daisy Ridley in it from Star Wars, and it is a film where she comes and saves the day. So I'm proud to say that we're kind of nudging our way into changing stereotypes on our own. So package goods? Tell me about package goods, because I know that's on your resume too, as something that you've gotten into.
So after leaving Lancome, I'm like, what's this thing, this product marketing? I really like it. But marketing in cosmetics is you're walking around with a lab coat and you're testing things on people. And I really wanted to learn more about traditional consumer packaged goods. So I went on the agency side, where I could work with a bunch of different clients and learn a bunch of different categories, whether it's beverage or spirits or salty snacks or et cetera. So that's really where that came to be. And that was also very attractive for Universal, because at the time that I joined Universal, home entertainment, they were moving from beta to VHS. And home entertainment was kind of the wild, wild west. And now you had big retail outlets. This is like back in the day, Blockbuster and Musicland and Suncoast Video and all of these major retailers. So it kind of forced the industry to take a page out of kind of classic package marketing. And that all, so that kind of was in service of where the industry was. And that's where that experience kind of dovetailed with what Universal needed to do back at that time.
It's really impressive. So now I'm going to kind of dovetail to maybe some of your personal stuff. as a power woman, I know I've had to make sacrifices in my own personal life at different times. Can you tell me how has your own power affected you, and how do you navigate both personally and professionally?
I think I'm very blessed in that I grew up in a family that was very supportive. Hard work ethic, because again, coming from, immigrants to this country, so very kind of pragmatic, but I was supported to kind of pursue and navigate. And I didn't have a career path that was dictated to me. So that gave me a lot of leeway. And, funny thing or not, as I mentioned, there wasn't a path for me. I was obsessed with reading obituaries.
Oh my God.
Yes, because I was searching I was searching to learn about other women that maybe had done some great things that no one knew about, because I was trying to figure out, like, what's my angle, where I'm going to navigate. So I loved reading obituaries. There were so many, and I know women weren't really written about as much in obituaries as men, but wherever I could find it, and I learned so much about so many other women that you would never know who pioneered this or who invented that. So that was like one thing, that I did, because I was just searching. And I was like a female groupie. So instead of reading like People magazine, I was reading at the time like Working Women, and just trying to like model myself after other women who were navigating kind of the corporate ranks.
That's amazing. And have you found, because you came up probably around the time I came up, being in a very male-dominated industry, any of the challenges you personally had to overcome?
I would say, I got a good story for you. So I was interviewing for a job for a major media company, and I went to the interview. I'm wearing like a $1,200 St. John suit, and as professional as I can be. And I thought, we connected, etc. And then the recruiter, who was a male, said, I don't know how to say this to you. I'm like, what? He's like, he didn't like your hair.
Wow.
He didn't like your hair, so I wasn't going to move up through the interview process.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I'm like, well, that wouldn't have been a good situation for me. This is who I am. This is how I wear my hair. And if you don't like curly hair and you don't like a strong woman or with a strong voice, then fuck you. It's not the right thing.
Good for you. Good for you. I love that, by the way. What do you think your superpower is?
I'd say I have a good sense of being able to read people and look beyond. One of the things I've always said is don't judge a book by a cover, and don't discard someone. Just because it may not seem like that person could maybe help you, think about all the people they may know. They may be in book club with someone. Their children may go to school with someone. They may live next door to someone. They may go to church with someone. You never know when you meet someone what's behind them. And I think I've always respected that. And a lot of people are so busy, they just won't take the time to meet with someone because, it's not money, or it's not going to do this, it's not going to advance my career. Why would I want to meet that someone? And you never know. And I think that's been my superpower, is just not judge, not to judge.
Totally agree. Totally agree. Can you tell me, in your career, what's your most proudest moment?
I'll tell you a funny story. Maybe not my proudest moment. There's a few. But when I was working at Lancome, so it was so interesting about cosmetics. So Bloomingdale's in New York, very big retailer. There was always a competition between Estee Lauder and Lancome. And they were always physically structured to be like right across from each other. And so I was this little coordinator, and we were planning on some big promotion. And I had the audacity to get a boombox with John Sousa marching band music and put it behind the Lancome counter for the promotion and blast it. And it was, and we had like a flurry of people, but it caused such a shitstorm. They were like, what is going on? Anyway, we did really well that weekend at Bloomingdale's flagship store on 59th Street and Lexington Avenue. It was great. So that was like a little fun moment. I would say most recently, it was quite an honor for the Institute to be recognized by the Television Academy, and we received the Governor's Award. And that was such a sense of pride for our team, and also to be acknowledged by the very people that we're targeting, which is content creators. And so to have your peers recognize our organization was really once in a lifetime kind of moment.
That's amazing. That's amazing. God, I have so many questions I can ask you, and I'm tempted to say, does
And
anybody
it's like
else
Cindy and
know?
I are blocking you from the booze, just so if anybody's
I know,
wondering.
by the way, I know. But by the way, does anybody out there have questions for Madeline? I can keep asking my own just because I'm so curious and fond of her, but I'm curious if anybody else has anything. Go ahead.
Oh, hi. What is my what?
Your why?
Because I think it's really, really important that that the content that we are creating can be inspirational, not preachy, not messagey, but that we should all be able to see ourselves on screen. And, you know, when you think about just the U.S. population, it's 50% female. It's 7% LGBTQIA. It's 25%, you know, people with disabilities. It's, you know, when you think about, you know, 40% of our population are people of color, it's really important that the world of make-believe can be more reflective, because what happens in the world of make-believe can have real-world impact. As you may know, a lot of people here in the room may have pursued a STEM career or an education or played a sport because of something that they saw on screen. So that's kind of what keeps, you know, me going, is being able to strive, you know, to achieve that, because the feedback that we get. So for example, you know, a show like Doc McStuffins, which was the first animated show ever to show a female black doctor of color animation. And having a little daughter that was trying to be a doctor to her toys. I mean, there were black female doctors in the United States that were writing into Chris Nee, who's this fabulous showrunner creator, telling her that it was the first time they ever saw themselves represented in TV and also in animation, to inspire other young girls. So that's what really gets me really excited and going.
That's amazing. I don't know of that animated show, but I'm gonna have to watch it. That's great. That's amazing. And by the way, very good question. Was there somebody else there that had their hand up? It's hard to see here, sorry. Go ahead. It's to you, right? Are you
You're
asking
the
me or-
producer. You're the producer.
We look for anything commercial at mine. I have been in the business for a long time, and although I really appreciate art house films, I want to make movies that people want to see now. And so anything that's commercial, whether it's thriller or horror or action or Oscar worthy, we'll take a look at it, as long as it's good. It's so hard to find good narrative stories out there. I can't tell you. It's, you know, so good is good.
Well, we don't produce content. We have executive produced some things, and in order to help other people, we executive produced a documentary called "This Changes Everything," which was about discrimination in Hollywood against women. But we really don't produce. We're a research-driven advocacy group, so our funding, most of our funding goes to research.
Which is great. And so if I had to say, I know if I had to say, how do I use my power or PowerHer for today, I like to use my power to gather all my resources to really make a difference. I mean, to me, leaving a footprint for someone else to follow or making the world a better place is so important. I mean, it's not just rhetoric or hearsay, it's something that I live every day. How can you and your company and Gina just make a difference in the world, other than what we're hearing that you're doing anyways? And, you know, how can other people get involved?
Besides donating? No gift is too large, by the way, no. I mean, really use your voice. What's wonderful, it's kind of another double-edged sword, is that you know, you have such a powerful voice by using your social media platforms. You know, what streaming platforms are you supporting? What movies are you going to see? You know, it's kind of the power of the wallet, you know, as well. And you may have more influence than what you think. And major brands and major entertainment companies, they are watching your comments. They're watching your TikToks. They're watching your YouTube. So there's a lot more opportunity for you to have a direct conversation. We don't have the gatekeeper anymore because of the voice we can have. Secondly, all of the research that we do is free. It's on our website. We have toolkits. We have all kinds of tip sheets. And sharing the research, sharing it on social media, sharing it with your neighbors, sharing it, you know, with your school. You know, if you're in a position and you're working in a corporate and you want us to present, we're happy to present our research. I mean, that's how we make change. So there's a lot that you can do. And if you are in a situation where you have children in your life, pay attention to what they're watching. Because it's not that, don't censor them, but there's definitely an opportunity to say, you know, hey, do you think that girl could have been the astronaut? Or, you know, and it works both ways. I mean, one of the things Sarah was talking about is this kind of hypermasculinity. Not all little boys are born to be sports athletes. So, you know, where is their kindness? So there's a lot of things that you can do, but pay attention to what your kids are watching.
Absolutely. And we'll wrap this up soon, but to go to what you just said, in this world that kind of, and this is just going to be an off-the-cuff question, but the world is getting somewhat dark right now. We've got some leaders that are kind of voicing things that are tearing us apart. How do you think, using, again, your power, your platform, and whatever, how can everybody out here make a difference to try to unite us all together? It's fine to use rhetoric of, you know, we're all going to get involved with this, this, and this, but I don't see people really doing anything. I see people cowering and kind of shaking their heads and listening without going out to really try to make a difference. And I think that you are someone like myself that I'm going to make a difference every day. So, and like you just said, everybody can do it. I don't care where you are and what station you are in your life. You can go out and hug somebody. You can go out and smile to somebody. You can give $1 to somebody. You can pay someone's grocery bill that's behind you. But it is very important that we, as a planet and as humanity, find ourselves in a compassionate role again. I cannot stress this enough. And so, Madeline, someone like you can really, really, really make a difference. I know you already are. And if you could end this session with telling people what you can do and what they can do.
Well, I think I do want to hearken back to what Sarah said, is vote. The next thing is empathy and kindness. I think it's really, really important. When you encounter someone, maybe they're hostile, you don't know what's going on in their life. They may be caring for an aging parent. They may have a child with a terminal illness. They may have gotten fired, from their job. You really don't know. And to just take a beat, take a breath, think before you act, think before you send the email, think before you tweet, think before you post, and just try to put kind of empathy at the forefront, because I think, trying to make the world a kinder place while we're dealing with all this turmoil is kind of the best thing that we could do for humanity.
I agree. I literally, that's how I would like to end this session, is because it's what we need right now. It's what the world needs right now. I can hear that song singing right now, what the world needs now. And I just encourage everybody in this room to use their voice to make a difference. What an honor. You're a powerhouse. Yeah, no, you really are. All right, does anybody else have any questions before we wrap this up, and then you guys can drink and eat and do whatever you want? Oh, there's another performance? Okay, then we're going to get off and watch the other performance.
Thank you so much.
Is everyone ready for our last performance of the day? So, it's the last performance of the day of the Queendom Concert inaugural series. And for the finale, we have Miss Brooke DeRosa performing tonight the Queen of Hearts from the upcoming musical Alice in Wonderland, premiering at the Wilshire Ebell Theater on April 6th and 7th. Exclusively today, and in this showy number, the Queen of Hearts explains what happens to those who displease her. I would love to know. Let's give a big round of applause to Miss Brooke DeRosa.
Once there was a time when I was beautiful. That time is now, and yes, I rule this land. With incidents of you, there's fealty due, and fealty owed to me is never free. For if these roses are not red, then it's off with their heads if the roses are not red. And I do this so they fear me. Serfs and dukes alike heads off with their hands. So beautiful a day, for everything's my way. I laugh and sing all day long, and then I'll play some more croquet. There's time to bask and rave, for no one misbehaves. If they don't bend to my amends, I cut the heads off all my knaves. If they're not red, you'll lose your head. They must be red, obey me. Off with their heads, I say.
Thank you. Please come see Alice in Wonderland, April 6th and 7th.
I don't think if my voice will sound any. But this is the only reason we think you are the World Women Honorary for 2024 for being the fierce voice.
Oh, thank you so much.
I hope you say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, after her performance, I literally forgot what to say. So, our VIP reception is on 3rd floor. Please join us and enjoy the rest of the evening. And Brooke, still, if you want to say a few last words, we would love to have your last words. You're fine. Yeah, there is the upcoming show. She's inviting everybody. It's her party. Thank you.